5 p.m. Today is August 18th, 2026. We are at our Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting at the City Hall Council Chambers located at 100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral, Florida. I call this meeting to order, and with that, I see in the audience we have a special guest, the former Mayor Pro Tem Mickey Kellum. Would you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Shoryak.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Here.
All councils here. Thank you, council, for being here. City manager, city attorney, city staff, and everyone from the community who is part of our meeting tonight and or joining to listen in and participate if you choose. With that, we got a full agenda tonight. We got some presentations up front and proclamations, and we're going to go ahead and get started. So council, we are down to item 4, which is to approve the agenda as written or with amendments.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to amend the agenda with additions of items from our previous meeting on the budget workshop, the proposed ordinance of 05-2026 solid waste discussion item, the fire assessment item, chapter 2026-007 reevaluation of development permit and development order fees, the interfund loan item, and paid parking.
That agenda item was numbered on that workshop.
5.2.
I think it's all of item 5.2. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Council, as we discussed in the last workshop, and those who are just joining us, we got started at 1 o'clock today and worked through the budget and some items. There was some conversations through a part of it that we didn't get through and a few other matters, and we are going to try to find a place to add these on. City manager, I believe you had recommended adding the contents as Councilmember Willis described on item 5.2 at, was it 8 point, or what item was the?
So all of the items that he referenced falling under 9.6, well, after you determine 9.6, because that was also an item from the workshop earlier.
Okay.
And then dovetail in after that. And I did have another item when you're done to consider removal.
Okay, do we think that we should get, okay, so ahead of 9.7, we're recommending?
Correct.
Okay, council, do we understand that? The entirety of former workshop item 5.2 to continue and move that, I believe it'll be right after 9.6.
Mr. Mayor, is all of it judicial or quasi-judicial? Because that's the hearing section.
I think it's just before the hearing section.
Okay,
But
so before
it's a public hearing, but it's not listed as a quasi-judicial public
Okay.
hearing. Any other changes to the agenda? Reordering, striking, adding as we have considered these?
I did want to strike an item, Mayor.
Please.
Staff wants to remove item 5.5, floodplain software presentation, bring it back to the council in September. And it has to be heard in September, though.
Okay. I mean, we don't need to, I think, formally postpone or anything. It'll just be brought back. I think that's the recommendation,
Yes.
technically, to postpone. Okay. Council 5.5. Any other changes to the agenda? If not, I'm looking for a motion to adopt as stated.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda with the stated changes that Councilmember Willis made.
Second.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson and a second by Council Member King. Any further discussion? Just want to be clear that that includes also, I mean, we just can get to that item and not take action on it, I think, that the city manager brought. But hearing no other discussion, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
The agenda approved as amended, adopted 5-0, which now brings us to item 5, presentations and interviews. We have the proclamation for World Day Against Trafficking. Organization Life Recaptured. I believe we might have a recipient here. It's Brandy Crisafulli. Are you with us? If you hold tight, I'm going to come forward, present the proclamation, and then if you'd like, we can get a photograph, and you certainly have, if you choose, some words to share if you'd like. Thank you for being with us.
Where is my PowerPoint?
Good evening. This is an official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida. Whereas on August 28, 2000, Congress enacted the Victims of Trafficking and Violence Protection, recognizing human trafficking as a modern-day form of slavery that deprives individuals of their human rights and personal freedom and is manifested in a growing form of trafficking in persons for forced criminality, closely intertwined with cybercrime, financial fraud, money laundering, and corruption. And whereas the state of Florida ranks 3rd in the United States for reported human trafficking cases, with localized studies revealing that over 700,000 individuals have experienced exploitation across the state, and state agencies report that minors make up roughly 1/4 of all labor trafficking victims. And whereas Florida's law enforcement agency and the Office of the Attorney General have escalated efforts to combat this crisis, resulting in a 28% increase in active human trafficking cases and the arrest of over 1,600 predators statewide. And whereas the Space Coast's active transportation ports, tourism sectors, and major local events make Brevard County vulnerable to exploitive criminal networks. And whereas reported 2025 data shows that 340,389 commercial sex advertisements were posted in the state during a 90-day window, in cities in the Orlando region have been identified as having the most sex advertisements per resident. And whereas regional organizations such as Life Recaptured and Space Coast Human Trafficking Task Force, the Women's Center of Brevard, Children's Advocacy Center of Brevard, A New Life International, and other community partners provide vital community education, survivor advocacy, and transitional housing to help restore independence to victims on the Space Coast. And whereas public awareness, rapid reporting, and strong civic partnerships are the most effective tools to dismantle these networks and protect the vulnerable. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, do hereby proclaim July 30th, 2026 as World Day Against Trafficking in Persons in the City of Cape Canaveral. Urge all residents to learn the warning signs of trafficking, support local victims, and immediately report suspicious activity to the National Human Trafficking Hotline at 1-888-373-7888 or the Florida Human Trafficking Hotline at 1-855-352-7233, signed and sealed this 18th day of August, 2026. Come forward. Thank you.
See, those at Fillmore residents in here, do you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and for all of you that I'm facing now. Thank you for allowing us to come and speak for a few moments, and we will respect the time that you've given to us. My name is Brandy Crisafulli, and the reason that I started Life Recaptured is my baby sister was trafficked by someone that we had known for 17 years. They groomed her, took her, and her life ended. So for me and my family, it was something new. We didn't know what trafficking was. It was to us like the movies. You know, they put you in the van and go and take you to a warehouse, and then somehow you're rescued, but it wasn't like that. It hit in our own backyard. So that's why I started this. We had safe homes. We're right now transitioning to provide more for our traffic victims. We're going to be offering scholarships, law enforcement to help expunge their records. We're also going to be helping them to get cars and to get a home. We have safe homes, but once they graduate, we really don't have a place for these girls to go. And so right here in Brevard County, we want them to be able to integrate back into society and be able to come back one day and show you some of the girls who have graduated from different safe houses. I want to leave you with this story, and then I'll introduce to you a gentleman who's a pilot and a director of a foundation called Invisible Angels. I got a call from a detective who said there was a girl that needed help, and everywhere they took her, she couldn't get any help. She had been trafficked. And I said, well, why couldn't anyone help her? They said, she's a liability. I said, all victims are liabilities. What are you talking about? They said, well, she's blind. Her trafficker had beat her head so many times against the wall that her retinas were detached. We went on a sting operation. We were able to get her away, rescue her from the group of people that were using her, and we brought her to the safe home. And during that time, she was not mentally stable enough to stay in just a safe home. But this is where our program comes in to help. We're not just there to put them in a safe home. Some of them need mental help. They need mental care. And they also need, she needed someone to help her with her blindness. I got a call 3 weeks ago. They have prosecuted these people with 170 years. And also now, she has been put into a program that's going to help her live a normal life. Thank you for letting me share my heart this morning. And now I'd like to introduce you to Ted.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, how are you? My name's Ted Greenfield. I'm the founder and director of Invisible Angels, and I'm a commercial pilot as well. In 2025, I retired from the FAA to do Invisible Angels full-time. I first discovered the human trafficking scenario in 2018 when I walked into a Bible study and I heard a presentation just like Brandy's, and I couldn't believe it was happening in this country. From then on, God put it in my heart to start an organization to offer transportation and provide that immediate emergency air transportation for survivors. Because the one thing, when survivors are rescued from the streets, they have to be taken about 1,000 to 1,500 miles away, and even further. They have to get away from the trafficking environment. And if something happens in Albany, Georgia, and they rescue a survivor in Albany, Georgia, and they take her to a safe home in Albany, Georgia, that's not going to work. They need to get the survivors far away. So Invisible Angels started operations in 2021, and with a donated aircraft. We are a Part 135 air carrier as well. And to date, this year alone, we've provided transportation. In fact, yesterday was our 65th survivor that we've flown this year. We work very closely with Brandy Crisafulli and Life Recaptured, and I think we've done like 17 or 18 rescue flights this year. We also use the commercial airlines as well. The issue and I said this to my board just a few months ago. We were having dinner, and I said, if we're still doing 100 flights a year, we're not putting a dent in this thing. Last century, before the gray hair, I was a special education teacher for about 10 years. And my background's in education and and it changed into multimedia and instructional design over the course of my career. But my heart's still in education. And I said, we have to really get into the education business, because if we don't transform survivors' lives and provide the vehicle for them to do that, we're just putting a Band-Aid on the problem. And if we're still doing 100 flights, 120 rescue flights a year, we're not having an impact. So this year and in 2027, we're creating an educational scholarship fund to work very closely with the rescue organizations like Brandy Christopheroli, Life Recaptured. But right now, we work with about 40 others across the country, as well as state, federal, and local law enforcement, Homeland Security, and the FBI as well. So we're creating educational scholarship funds. When survivors get into the safe homes, we want to dispatch a case manager to them, maybe after they've been in there for about 6 months, when they get settled, and say, all right, let's create a future for you. Whether that's a vet tech school, or whether that's an associate's degree, or whether it's a bachelor's degree. And my personal dream is that we rescue a survivor and she becomes a pilot, and she works all the way to her commercial ticket, and she comes and she starts flying for us. And that's just a personal vision I have. So we have to transform the lives of survivors by offering educational scholarships. That's really the only ticket to transform people's lives. And that's where we're coming from. So again, we work very closely with Brandy. We also have a survivor here, Tangi Hickman, if you'd like to ask any questions about that. She's a graduate of Life Recaptured, and she can share some of the struggles that she's had. So I'd like to pass it off to Megan. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi guys, good evening. I'm Megan Moss, Operations Director for Life Recaptured. Thank you all for allowing us to be here this evening. So not only am I the Director of Operations for Life Recaptured, I'm your neighbor. And I'm also neighbors with several victims, several survivors. So I'm here just to talk about that a little bit. So Life Recaptured is a dedicated nonprofit organization to eliminate human trafficking through help from through public awareness, through community education, victim advocacy, survivor support, and resources. Here in Brevard County, right now, right here, there's a huge issue of human trafficking going on. So it takes a community, it takes a village to make that change to help somebody. And then I have a little show for you, and this is just a short look into what's going on in Brevard County, just a little glimpse. So what is human trafficking? And we are here again, awareness, prevention, and restoration. Okay, there it goes. Okay, so human trafficking is when a person is exploited for profit through force, fraud, or coercion. This can be done sex, labor, or debt bondage. Debt bondage is something that most people don't know about, and this is a lot of our survivors. They get forced to pay a debt back that is inflated, unobtainable to pay back, too expensive. That's very popular and becoming very common. So it's hidden in plain sight. So convenient transport. We obviously know Port Canaveral, massive transit. Traffickers are literally hiding in plain sight with the millions of tourists and blend in, so we don't know what they look like. I-95 crosses into 15 states, so high logistic pipeline. Private airports, obviously we know there's dozens here in Brevard County. So the Space Coast, roadside isolation. You see cars parked on the side everywhere. You drive by, you just think everyone's pulled off, maybe going into fishing areas, but that is where traffickers take these girls, and we're not even aware of that's happening right in plain sight. Budget hotels, plenty full of truck stops. And then again, earlier the mayor mentioned neighboring Orlando. This is the national hotspot for trafficking. So being neighbors there, we are an easy escape and overflow for them. Beaches, major magnets for recruitment and the secluded corridors with the beaches. And on this, it says every 30 seconds, another person becomes a victim of human trafficking. So Americans lead all other nationalities in consumption. The U.S. is fueling this. We are fueling this. The total annual illegal profits across all forms of forced labor have surged to $236 billion this year. Some of the things to look for: ownership branding. A lot of our victims and survivors, they have tattoos, and these are branding tattoos that their traffickers will put on them. They all mean something and they all stand for something. So if you're out and you see something, it could possibly be a victim. Who are the traffickers? They're our parents, they're our intimate partners, they're family members. Most people know their trafficker in one way or the other. And obviously you have your strangers and unknown relationships. And again, this is in our backyards. The most common case, recent case, is the Antonio Garnedo's case. He has been charged unlawful sexual acts with 20 counts that we know of. These minors were sold to nearly 50 adult clients that we know of, and it's still actively being investigated, and I'm sure those numbers will go up. And that was right there in Melbourne. And then a few years back, we have Mr. Gregory Burke, who identified as Emma Dixon, a 10-year-old girl who was luring a 12-year-old boy. He did get caught and prosecuted and sentenced to 18 years in federal prison, and that was in Mims, so right here in Brevard County. The total burden. On any given day, there are an estimate of 50 million people trapped in modern slavery worldwide. Thank you guys for having us here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the proclamation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Mayors do the proclamation, but our Mayor Pro Tem for bringing this forward and giving an opportunity, and most importantly, in the face of darkness and the tough conversations and reality of it, your organizations and your willingness to speak up and share gives all of us great hope. And if there's anything with the hotels that the cities can do, if it's a matter of putting the hotlines up and whatever part we can play, please let us know. So, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, can I
Yes.
say one thing? Also, just for everyone here, I found this to be such a worthy organization, and one thing that I found out early on is that nice little farmer's market up on North Courtney on Merritt Island has a wonderful little gift shop inside, and that profits this organization. So when you go get your fresh vegetables and fruit on North Courtney headed towards the Space Center, go ahead and take time to step inside the shop too, because you're absolutely helping a worthy cause.
Again, at this time, we're moving to item number 5.2, which is the Auditor Selection Committee members' recognition. This is a recognition of the Auditor Selection Committee members. I'll name them. I believe all of them are present. Committee member Terry Butler. Committee member Rebecca Bowman. And committee member and our city council member who chairman of the Auditor Selection Committee, Councilmember Tom Shoryak. Thank you for taking the lead there. So, I think is that the extent? Just a verbal recognition.
I'm sorry, Mayor, please repeat.
City Manager, is there any other
Yes.
comments on the recognition of the Auditor Selection Committee? I think you are a part of those meetings, and anything you want to share?
I was, and thank you. First of all, I want a big heartfelt thank you to our committee members, especially our two finance directors from other cities, one current and one now former. They brought a certain level of expertise to this process. We're able to also provide some additional guidance on how the process should go. The scoring was incredibly fair, impartial, and consistent across the board. We're pleased with their selection and recommendation to this council, and we're also thankful that you took a moment of your agenda to recognize them. I think it's important that we understand not only do we have, of course, by law, a council member has to be on the committee, but these are two functioning municipal employees with years and years of experience, and it speaks well of how cities work together. In the future, should we ever need to reciprocate such an event, we have a finance director who has now gone through this on, our side of it, can go now and lend a hand on the other side of it should another city need to do the process that we just did. So we're thankful for the experience, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. In the history of Cape Canaveral, I think a couple of times, probably over the past 30 years, this is one of two, and we made that decision not too long ago, so it moved expeditiously, and I know it's outside our normal process, but thank you for following it and making it happen.
You're welcome.
Okay, at this time, we're at item 5.3, which is the Community Appearance Board Members Recognition.
Never mind, he's here.
I think we got, if I don't get them all, I believe Mr. Bob Neenstadt, are you with us today? Thank you so much. If you'd like to come forward, and do we have Community Appearance Board Member Angela Trulock? We'd certainly want to recognize you. Whether you're with us or not, we appreciate you on the record. And then also Miss Elena Whitehead. Not with us. Bob, I'm going to come down here and just want to say thank you so much for your service on that board. Get a photograph, and if you'd like, you're more than welcome to share a few words. Council, this is one of our board members. Would you like to join me here together with Mr. Neenstadt? Sure. Thank you. Just want to share a few words there. Mr. Neenstadt, formally on the behalf of the City of Cape Canaveral, we do want to express our sincerest thanks for your service on the Community Appearance Board. Your outstanding work and dedication on the board has been sincerely appreciated. The city thanks you for your time and effort given to serve on that board. Your contributions have been worthwhile to help make Cape Canaveral a quality place to live. The City Council and staff sincerely appreciate all that you have done. Wish you the best and hope you continue to enjoy calling the City of Cape Canaveral your home. That letter is enclosed for you along with the certificates of appreciation. So thank you again. Okay, at this time, we are moving on to item 5.4. which is the Rocket Launch Monitoring Impact Study. This is a presentation and a discussion of the results regarding the City of Cape Canaveral's Rocket Launch Monitoring Impact Study conducted and researched by Rollins College. I think we have a PowerPoint presentation, and presenter Dr. Whitney Coyle, the Associate Professor of Physics at Rollins College. City Manager, Community Economic Development Director, Zach?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this will be a slightly different presentation. It'll be a tad longer just because we know this is important to council and we've been waiting to hear the results for a while. Dr. Whitney Coyle is here. If she could join us at the podium. She spearheaded this research endeavor with Rollins, which we are very appreciative of. And I have to give a huge shout out to the student group that also assisted with this. They came out here consistently and on time and were very communicative as they conducted their research with putting out sensor equipment and whatnot. But this study was authorized back in 2025 and recorded data relating to rocket launches between November and May. And it's a really great, I think it'll provide a great snapshot for us. You can almost look at it like a weather report for rockets. How did they behave? What did they do? So I'll hand it over to Dr. Coyle.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you all for being here. As Zach has said, I am Dr. Whitney Coyle. I am a physics professor at Rollins College, and I've been there for about 12 years now. I started researching rocket noise in 2022. There are not a lot of acousticians out there that do that, and so I'm very lucky to be here by the Space Coast and be included in this study.
A little closer.
Just want to take advantage of your pause there. Is the microphone picking up? If not, thank you for your patience with us. Doesn't sound like it.
It's on if it says it's on our end.
It actually doesn't.
Not on this
It
one
used
right
to.
here.
Try it now.
Do you mean to try now?
That's better.
I can also
Thank
be
you.
closer. I'm
And you
always
can
like-
move it however you see fit. Thank you.
Let's see if I can. going. Well, my slides are not advancing at the moment. Okay, here we go. Okay, great. So I actually approached the city last year because I saw the news article that FIT was going to do this study with you all, and I thought, oh, that would be a great thing to take part in with my students, because as a physics professor, my goal is to get them opportunities in the field and having them measure, and of course, interacting with the community is really great experience for them as well. So I reached out. At that point, FIT had taken themselves out of the study, and I was very grateful to be given the opportunity to really step up and take over this by myself. So we did a lot of work between October and the end of May. My students did 6 weeks of summer research full-time up until the end of June in order to complete the report that we had given the city. It came out to be about 84 pages. Sorry about that. But there's a lot of really great information in there. And the biggest thing was, as you can see on this slide, why did we do this? If you've lived here for even a week or decades, you know what is happening. You get a lot of very loud rocket launches, and it's only getting more and more prevalent, of course, and the rockets are getting bigger. And so I'll say I'll include myself here. On the Space Coast, you have this shared experience of a delayed rumble coming through, the rattling windows, a shaking. Even if you're not hearing something that happened, you feel a shaking. And sometimes there's no sound. And so the issue, perhaps, is that the city did not have data to compare to the environmental impact statements and environmental assessment statements being done for the different launch complexes. And so the goal with this study, and I'll be clear with that several times here, is to have a baseline. So what I'm doing is taking that first step in getting numbers for the city that we can then compare to what was predicted for us before. Again, I keep saying us, but... So again, independent, city-owned baseline measurements taken in the community so that you can describe what happens here for your own record. So to give you a little bit of orienting in what we did, our goal was to just get as much data as possible. That really was the goal. My expertise is in sound. I'm an acoustician. That is what I study most. But in discussing with the city officials and also with the community members, there were other things that people were interested in. And so I said, okay, that's kind of adjacent to my expertise, but I think that we can get numbers for that too. And so things like window and door vibrations, building and ground vibrations, so that's more outdoor, and then air quality were also some places of concern. And so with the contract budget that I was offered, I used that to buy these measurement equipment to do those things. So not the sound, I had that measurement equipment, that's my wheelhouse. But then I bought some other things to do the rest. So I want to show you one thing. We had several sites around the city that were chosen for various reasons. We wanted to understand what the residents at residential complexes close and further away within the city were experiencing. Also at city buildings for ease of access, but also to give you kind of middle of the city idea of what is happening. And then we have a couple other sites on there. I'll blow up the map here in a second so you can see. But I wanted to say that we regularly were using about 4 measurement sites, so different places around the city, and we ended up measuring data from 4 different vehicles, so launch vehicles, throughout the study. So we have smaller and very frequent Falcon 9s up to Artemis II, the New Glenn launch and static fire anomaly, and things like that. So we have a very interesting data set from this measurement campaign. We ended up getting 34 events, so either launch or landing, booster landings throughout that time, which is a lot of data. It's, for me, just as a scientist, it's very, very exciting, but 34 events in that short amount of time, I know that you guys are experiencing a lot of this. So just to show you, I feel like I'm messing something up. The slide's not advancing again. There we go. Thank you. So to give you a bigger picture of where we were measuring, we have launches that were measured from all of these different launch complexes, so all the way up in Kennedy Space Center, launching from 39B, 39A, and all the way down as close as 36, right, where New Glenn was launching from. And so you get an interesting kind of array of different launch locations, and then we have the more stationary measurement locations, so coming from 2 different residential sites, 2 city-owned sites, and regularly where we are measuring. So if you look at the smaller map up at the top right, you can kind of get a more zoomed-in view for where geographically we were setting up. I also have some data before this campaign over in Titusville, so it gave me another kind of I guess, touch point for what to expect from these different launch complexes. I went too far ahead. That's okay. You can see my animation. What's tricky, I think, in communicating these data are that the result that you hear in environmental impact statements and environmental assessments is how loud something is given to you in this number, decibels, but not just decibels. They are a weighted number, and they are those weighted decibels are dependent on what my ear can perceive. And the issue there with rocket noise is that most of the sound energy is very, very low frequency that we can't hear, as I was mentioning earlier. And so if we have a scale that's trying to tell us very subjectively how loud something is, then when we start having conversations about rocket noise, something's missing there. And so this is still, for most of, let's just say the country at least, it's not a huge issue, right? And so there's not a lot of research being done, and I'll get to some of that more later. But in any case, one of the things I wanted to do for this room was to try to communicate, if I were to give you a number of how loud this is compared to normal everyday things, what would that be? And so I took the New Glenn launch from Launch Complex 36 and just a Falcon 9 launch from Slick 40, and the numbers I have in dBA are 58 for the Falcon 9 launch and 73. And so when you compare that to these kind of nominal values like busy road from the sidewalk, a gas lawnmower at 90, and you might think to yourself that there's no way. That's not what I experience. It must be louder than this, and that's because part of the story is not being told by this number dBA, and we will talk more about that later. Okay, so just a little tiny bit of education. I am a professor, I can't help myself. If you didn't know, our ears are capable of hearing around between 20 hertz and 20 kilohertz. My ears do not go to 20 kilohertz anymore, maybe 16. Years of listening to loud music will do that to you. Which means we can't hear, right, as I already said, below 20. So that lowest note of the piano, below that, we're not hearing that. Launch energy, so the main frequencies coming from these launches, from all of them, right, if I did just kind of an average, is down there below 20. So around between 10 and 15 or so is actually hertz, is where you're getting most of that energy. The decibel dBA scale is prioritizing the frequencies that our ears are most sensitive to. And so what's happening is you get this, it makes everything else less important. So when we get these numbers, again, this is just my kind of plug for when you see these numbers in environmental impact statements and environmental assessments, we have to be a little careful with what do they actually mean. And so from this, my little example, again, to try to make it feel like something you might deal with every day. If we were to stand outside during that entire 2-minute rumble, right, so we get the sound energy from that 2-minute low frequency rumble, if we had that A-weighted scale applied, it would carry far less sound energy than pushing a gas mower for the same 2 minutes. And that really is because, and that's not really what's happening, but it's because of that A-weighted scale. Okay, I'm happy to talk about that more later if you'd like, but that's something I like to start with because that's the biggest question people ask me is, well, how loud was it? And I say, well, it's not fair to only give that one number. That doesn't tell the whole story. So I will go through 4 findings, and each of these findings you will likely say, okay, that doesn't seem that crazy. I assumed that was the case without you doing this, months-long study. But the difference is now we have the numbers to support this, what we thought, right, was already happening. And so this is the thing that we got. Every single launch that we measured, even the ones very far away, that rumble is always going to be present. And if you've lived here, again, for any amount of time, you would agree with me likely, but now we have the data to support that. So the rumble is going to reach you here in Cape Canaveral between 60 and 130 seconds after T0. That most of the energy is below 20 hertz, so there's going to be a lot of, like, I keep saying rumble, but that's actually in the field what we talk about in acoustics. If it's something I can't hear, I gotta call it something, and we call it rumble. So, and then for the launch itself, again, you've probably expected this, but for about 2 minutes, you're getting a swell and then a coming down. And the booster return is the thing that gives you the sonic boom or that crack. The more startling experience is when you have a booster return. So again, this, right, we have the data to support this for every single launch, even if it doesn't seem, especially from North and Kennedy Space Center, you're thinking, oh, it's very far away, it's going to be fine. But you are still going to get this rumble coming to your city. I'll try to go a little faster here. Okay, so after I showed you those numbers at the beginning, the report has lots and lots of numbers. Now I'm going to take them away just to give us a comparison. So on this slide, what I'm trying to do is give you a visual comparison, again, without numbers, of how each of these different events compared to a Falcon 9 event. So again, if you live here and you've experienced at least one being launched from Launch Complex 40, then you will have that in mind as you're comparing the rest. And likely, when you see this, you'll think, yes, that is what I experienced. So, for example, the Falcon 9 launch, right, that's our blue line there, comparison to the booster return, right, significantly higher. When you compare that booster return peak energy to the New Glenn launch, it's about the same. So the duration is different, right? The launch was a longer event than the booster return, but the peak energy was the same. Your Falcon Heavy launch, because it's so far away up in Kennedy Space Center, was significantly less loud than a Falcon 9 launch. But the booster return, because it came back to the landing zone 40, was quite a bit louder, very loud actually. And then the one thing I've been asked a lot about recently was the static fire anomaly, which I will call it that, and from Launch Complex 36, which some of you may have experienced. It was unexpected. And when I looked at the data for that, the sound data was very interesting, and it came to look like a sonic boom. And if you compare it to the Falcon Heavy booster return, which I'd already measured, it was significantly louder. And again, if you live here, you probably like, yes, it was. So these are the types of things that when we take the numbers away, if nothing else, we can have this comparison between the different events. So it's important to say, again, I'm not saying that one of these is going to give you a hearing issue, okay? Because this is looking at a comparison of levels, but the events are so different, and they're launching from such different places, and this is really a ranking of events. So, see, I talk too much, and my clicker stops. Okay, again, this is. Oh, sorry, that was my finding number 2. If you didn't see my slide, that the booster peak energy is going to be higher than when you get the launch. So finding number 3, again, not too surprising. One of the things that residents talked to me about a lot was their rattling. So either something in their home rattling, so something on a shelf, that's pretty prevalent, but also just one door versus the door beside it is rattling more than the other. And a lot of them, of course, want me to tell them how to fix it. But what I did here, I'm not fixing things yet, is really just to take the measurements and show them comparisons between different types of structures. So I measured in a residential location about mid-city. I have a big sliding glass door that the resident had told me they can see, right, moving when it's doing that, and I believe him now that I have data to prove that. But also just a normal double pane window closer to the launch pad. And so what we saw was, even though the residential site with the normal double pane window was so much closer, you're still going to get significantly more potential rattle further away. And so you're thinking like my big sliding glass doors, my garage doors, anything, especially if you're facing a launch pad, you're going to get rattle. And when I say rattle, there is a scientific definition of rattle, not just, oh, I heard something. So there's a lot of research that I can share with anyone that's interested in that NASA did on sonic booms and that kind of rattle threshold for what we perceive as starting to get annoying. And the Falcon Heavy booster was 3 times more PSF, pounds per square foot, from that sonic boom than the rattle threshold. And so it's obvious that people would be very bothered by that happening over and over and over. So. Finding 4, for the air quality, I am not an air quality expert, but in any case, I do want to share that we continuously monitored air quality, the particulate matter 2.5 and 10, and throughout the measurements, we did not see it go anywhere close to the federal limits, any daily limit. We looked at, and in the report, you'll see we have 12 hours before and 48 hours after plotted so that you can see the changes, and there was no noticeable correlation between a launch has happened and then this went up or this went down. And so I thought that was an interesting thing. Okay, so I'll try to kind of wrap myself up here to just tell anyone who's not familiar with what we were doing what we cannot conclude with what we have so far. So I can't tell you whether your building is safe or damaged. I'm not a structural engineer. Right? This is a baseline, right? That would require a site-specific engineering inspections. It doesn't tell you whether we are following any regulatory compliance, so based on the environmental impact statements and things like that. And I will say too that one measured instance of a Falcon Heavy launch is not going to tell me if I'm going to be hurt by this, right? This is we are describing the conditions in which we are living and not the outcome based on that. Mostly I say this because I am an acoustician and not all these other things. Oopsie. Okay, so I'll end with kind of what I recommend. I mean, it felt we were very much in this study since October. My students were doing lots and lots of work, and they were coming out often from Rollins. It's about an hour, a little over an hour drive to get over here, and they were coming often to check on things. We had worked on lots of ways to make it more streamlined and uploading to the cloud so we didn't have to come out so much, but they worked very, very hard. But I would say in the end what I've come away with are these 3 things, I suppose. My recommendation, and there's nothing, of course, to vote on, but my recommendation is to consider funding continued monitoring, especially as the cadence, it continues to increase, and you will have more super heavies at some point in the near future. This is, again, so that the city owns these data, and they own the baseline, right? So that you can say, no, but this is what's happening, as opposed to someone telling you what's happening. From the outside. I think it would be very interesting to start having some way for the residents to describe what they experienced. Less of a, I'm complaining because it's loud, but more of, I am comparing this to the Falcon Heavy launch, and I was very surprised that it was so much more rattle in my windows. Having this type of database of comments would really help in this going in the direction of studying the perception of rocket launches, which would in the end benefit, I think, cities like on the Space Coast and other spaceport type cities in the future, because it's not happening yet. I would suggest having some sort of way to tell residents what to expect, but in plain language. I'm not sure that I'm doing well with that tonight, but being able to say, based on the data that we have measured, if a Falcon 9 is going to be launching from this pad in this weather with this trajectory, here's what you could expect if you live at the southern part of the city, right? You have kind of, in speaking with Zach, it's more of this watch warning plot or a noise contour map for your city based on data that was measured and not, again, models that didn't have everything involved there. And the last 2 are kind of in the same boat, having a way to keep this data somewhere safe for yourself. Like I measured this, but it is your data, and having it somewhere safe and accessible if you were to go down the route of finding a structural engineer or something. They may ask, okay, well, give me some baseline, and then you would have it. So those are just some recommendations that I have there. I'm going to skip that one. Bottom line, now we have numbers. I don't know if everybody wanted them, but I'm very interested in numbers as a scientist. But what you feel is real. The rumble, the rattle, and the boom are now measured. We have numbers for that, and in the report they actually do. They exist. And we did measure, again, conditions and not consequences. There's not damage assessment here. I'm happy to hear questions on that, but I won't really be able to answer them. And as you know very well, bigger vehicles are coming, and hopefully this baseline will help you be informed and stay ahead of the changes that are coming. So. Thank you so much. I'm sure that was too long. I appreciate your time.
No. Thank you, Dr. Coyle and Rollins and our team here who helped make this possible. It's something that we are absolutely interested in. This presentation, I don't, not on the media side, but if might already be in the plans, but being able to access it, the community can go back. Is that something that we can do? And
We were, excuse me, we were planning to have these attachments as a dedicated web page. Like
Smart.
We have like a hurricane-related web page. Now we'll have a rocket-related web page that can have the availability of these documents for download for free, so that people can use them as they see fit.
That's excellent. I have quite a few questions, but I'm going to ask the council. I think I know how to contact and talk internally. Council, do we have any questions?
I just have one, Mr. Mayor, and that is this an average of all of the launches that you monitored? Did you find that there was an average, or are they disparate?
Yeah, they're so different. I mean, we do have, because there were so many Falcon 9 launches, we were able to, in the report, do a bit more, and one of my students is actually working on this right now, a bit more statistics on that, because unfortunately with the Super Heavies, we have one instance. And so I can't really say, okay, well, every Falcon 9 launch, or excuse me, Falcon Heavy launch is going to be like this, because I really have one. So we can compare to that, but I don't really have a conclusion scientifically on that. But yeah, with the Falcon 9 launches, and that's why I kind of did that comparing to that, because you know if you have that baseline of this is how I experience a Falcon 9 launch in my home, then you can kind of have a sliding like, well, this is going to be, I'll use the word, subjective word, worse or better or fine or just different in any case. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. I have
Yes, Mayor
another
Pro
question.
Tem Jackson.
Thank you so much for doing this. I was really interested in this because I've kept reading about Texas, so it became a little concerning, and this is going to help us move in the right direction. I did have some questions, though, and I'm so sorry I haven't gotten into comparing a lot of the Boca Chica information compared to us here. Can you give us an idea, just your synopsis, because I know that one of the cities that I spoke to out there, I spoke to an assistant city manager, and they were much closer than we are. But what I just saw with your study as I was going through the data is in some cases the rumbling was, the vibration was happening further away than right up on close to the launch pad, which I found fascinating because you would think that's just opposite, right?
Right.
So can you talk to me about that and how we compared to distances at Boca Chica?
Sure. I will do, first I'll kind of comment on what you had said about being further away and you're getting more rumble. And that really is because and we have the data to show this as well, as you're traveling away from, as the noise, excuse me, not me, but as the sound is traveling away from that launch pad, the frequency is decreasing. And so as the frequency is decreasing, it's getting more rumbly. We can't hear it as much, but it's getting more rumbly, or all the energy would be focused there. So you're right that as you travel away, you're going to get less in level, but you're also getting less in frequency. And the way that buildings and structures and people perceive that is different than when you would be up close. So I think that might be what you're commenting on. I do have some extra slides, but because I don't have my computer, I might just kind of click through and see if I can find it. I have a lot of extra slides, just in case.
I bet you do.
Let me see.
Probably a lot of information.
Well, just in case there are questions. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so there's a lot of words, though, and so I'll try to focus in on what I find is most interesting. So, as I said at the beginning, there aren't a lot of acousticians doing this work, but when I started in 2022, it was because of the Artemis 1 launch, and it was one of my colleagues from the Acoustical Society of America who had said, do you want to participate in this? And he is the one who's doing all the measurements in Boca Chica. And so I do have, when I read his papers, I do think, of course, of Cape Canaveral as I'm reading them. Some of the results that you will get if you were to read those scientific papers, and I do have the references if anyone's interested, is that the booster flyback boom near 10 kilometers on flight 5, and so that's up in the top there, the overpressure was greater than 10. So again, 10 kilometers from a booster flyback. So the closest site we had here was about 10 kilometers from Launch Complex 36, which that's not where the booster will fly back, but just as a kind of distance comparison. For the Falcon Heavy boom that you got in the booster flyback, it was about 2.5 PSF. So you can kind of compare if you were listening in on that booster flyback and you think, oh yeah, that was really loud, then you can make that comparison for yourself, I suppose. I think the environmental impact statement has predicted, I put up here in blue, has predicted between 4 and 6 PSF for city locations in the final environmental impact statement. But for the boom specifically, based on the measurements that were done for Flight 5, the boom was under-predicted by 1 to 4 PSF. So those are the types of things I would kind of look at. It's a different place, the terrain is different, launch pads are different, like there's a lot of variables going into to that, so I can't say for sure, but this is right, kind of what I came up with to give you an idea of that. Oh yes, so the 11 times I have up there, thinking about the launch, so not the booster flyback, but the launch itself, the acoustic energy measured from this large rocket in Boca Chica had 11 times a Falcon 9 launch. And this is about 2.5 times an SLS launch. So that doesn't tell you how loud it's going to be in your city, but it just gives you, again, those kind of comparisons between power, really, if you think about that.
And so the highest PSF that we're looking at, that you all are predicting for Starship, have you made any Starship predictions on the PSF? Because the EIS on that consistently said the equivalency of 10 Falcon 9 launches at once, simultaneously, and 10 boosters landing back simultaneously. Well, we had one this week that it was pretty loud, you know, and we love the rockets, but it'd be nice to know what to think about or to expect, because we're looking at 10 PSF here is enough that we're going to have car alarms going off all over the city. So if these people went to work and didn't turn their alarms off, we might be a noisy city for a while, right? So I'm just trying to get some type of comparison, because I believe what I saw in your results really stayed in line with that.
Right. So most of the rockets that we measured, there was nothing we found that was crazy surprising, right? We're like, okay, these numbers, because again, there's not a lot of research out there, so all I had to compare to was what was happening in Vandenberg with their Falcon 9s, or in Boca Chica, right, with Starship. And so in looking at those numbers that have been published, we were getting what was basically expected from a Falcon 9. Again, I think the hard part about Starship is being able to say, okay, so where it's launching from, what time of day really affects what's going to happen. And so far, like from what we saw in these impact statements, assessments, sometimes I get them messed up, but you're going to have a lot of these happening at night, and the flybacks at night are definitely going to be, I'll call it annoying, because that's something I can say. There's a number for annoying. So, so that perception, the problem, this is my opinion, and this is a blanket, which I might get in trouble for, but a blanket opinion of the problem that I see is not really the launch noise. It's a very big rocket. The launch noise, I think we can handle the slow rumble. It's the booster returns that need more study. Not only taking the measurements, but seeing how we perceive them and how over time it's going to affect us. So that's not only just like how it affects my body, it's if my windows are shaking every day, what does that do to my quality of life? And those are questions I can't answer just yet, but this is, you know, taking measurements here for the smaller rockets that you have so far. It at least gives you a baseline for it's probably going to be more than that.
Thank you, that's all I had.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Cole. In your slides, I think you brushed by a cost.
Yes.
So, but in your opinion, what do you think would be the best, not methodology, but timeline to track Starship as it comes to the Cape?
Yeah, I've been, you know, I watch the news on this, and I try to see like who knows something to know when it's going to come. And I think what's really important is you already have this great baseline set of data, right? And then at that point, I think an important thing to ask the city or yourselves is, okay, what of this is the most important to us? Do we want the sound? Do we want the vibration of the building? Do we want seismic information so that we can use that to make other decisions? I think with the resources that I have available, just speaking personally, and with, of course, you guys have other things you need to worry about, I think really focusing in on one of those 4 things, at least for the next, let's say you were interested in doing this for another year, one of those 4 things would be wise. Being able to say, what can we get from this information, and can it answer some of our questions, not just how loud it is, because of course I'm interested in the sound, but if the concern of the people who live here is mostly, is this going to hurt my building, then the next avenue is I need to talk to structural engineers, because again, you have this baseline, but those questions can only be answered by someone who is hooking up to a foundation and taking longer term measurements on what's going on with that building. So,
Thank you.
sure.
Yes,
question?
City Attorney.
Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting. Can you provide any comments about the impact weather may have on these measurements?
Yes, yes. The sound propagation, especially over a long distance, is really dependent on weather. So high frequencies over a longer distance are going to die out. So that's not as much of a problem for a rocket launch, but just to give some context, when you are going to have humidity in the air, which we always do, but worse or better, right? So winter launches versus summer launches versus night launches, day launches, all of those things are going to change. And that is one reason, right, when you said what can I suggest for the city of having these contour maps, it's not just about an average day in Cape Canaveral will look like this. It's saying for the weather that's coming in, could we give some sort of prediction based on our data of will it be louder or less loud? So, right, you're not getting a lot of launches in rain, but it's usually humidity and wind is a big factor as well, especially with low frequency. The lower frequency things are more affected by wind and big weather events, like big weather things, I suppose. I'm not a meteorologist, but.
If you were going to compare a very humid summer day versus a much, much cooler winter evening,
Yes.
how would that compare for the type of sounds that you've measured for the rockets?
Yeah, I think with temperature specifically, that's going to mostly affect the speed of sound. So that's going to be mostly on the scale when does it get to me? Not as much a level, how loud is it or quiet is it? It's more of how fast is it going to get to me? And that, again, even for these very low frequencies, it's mostly going to be a time of arrival question. So I don't know if that's, I've really talked to people about their perception of when it's supposed to get there. You can usually tell when you're watching a launch, you know to wait. Even if you haven't thought about like the acoustics, the physics of what's going on, well, I'm not going to hear it right away. It's going to take a second to get here. And so that's why I mentioned, right, the 60 to 130 seconds to get here, that range was based on the different launch pads, but you could also have, right, a range for if it's launching from 36, when will it get to my residence? When can I expect that to arrive? So it's more of a time of arrival of the noise. Does that help at all? Okay.
Adds a little color to it. Than what we all feel.
And we all know the sonic boom's coming, but it gets me every time. I've grown up here as a kid, just and standing on the beach, you see people jumping and
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
remi-
Thank you for having me. And I
Yes.
have my contact information. I know that Zach has it. I'm more than happy to answer questions if you email me as well. So thank you.
Excellent.
All. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Dr. Coyle. That's not on most city council agendas across this country. Special place. We do love the space industry and greatly appreciate all the efforts that went in to understand how it impacts our communities. So hopefully this council can take one of those 4 steps and keep making progress. Thank you again. All right. We are, item 5.5 is the next one. Well, I think our city manager, we're going to just take no action there. City attorney, should we formally postpone it, or can we just go to item 5.6? This is one that the floodplain software presentation.
From the agenda, so.
Okay.
So you can just move on to 5.6.
Okay. Council, go with that, just making sure. All right, so item 5.6 here is a presentation of the 2026 Home Rule Hero. This is an award by the Florida League of Cities to Council Member Don Willis. The Florida League of Cities has recognized certain municipal officials and staff across the state with the 2026 Home Rule Hero Award. These individuals demonstrated outstanding dedication during the 2026 legislative session by actively advocating for the protection of home rule, the principle that local governments are best positioned to solve local issues. Award recipients played a key role in supporting the League's legislative advocacy efforts. They engaged directly with lawmakers, shared on-the-ground perspectives, and helped ensure that voices of cities, towns, and villages were heard in Tallahassee. The Home Rule Hero Award honorees consistently responded to the League's call to action, going above and beyond to help protect the ability of municipalities to govern in the ways that best reflect the needs and priorities of their communities. Councilmember Willis, if you want to come forward, we've got this certificate here from the League, and thank you and congratulations. Councilmember Willis, if you'd like to say a few words, free to, obviously.
I'll be brief. It's a privilege to represent the city of Cape Canaveral and with Florida League of Cities, and it is a daunting task to promote the city in Tallahassee, because sometimes Tallahassee doesn't want to listen. But I appreciate the support of the community, the support of this council, and I look forward to representing Cape Canaveral in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, at this time is public participation. I got some cards up here, and in the event you want to speak, we do ask that you please provide it here to our deputy, and we'll make sure we get that and you're heard. Public participation. We have 3 minutes, and the green light comes on. We will make sure that you're heard, and when the yellow light comes on, we got about 30 more seconds left, and we ask that you please wrap up when it flashes red. So, the first one I have, and in the event that you wanted to speak on a particular item, when we take that item up, just wave that you'd like to wait. I'll do my best to sort through them, but I understand some folks might want to speak on general topics not on the budget, and or talk about it up front due to time in the event you need to leave and not able to stay. So the first one I have is Diana Perry. This is... You want to wait till we get that? Okay, so the next...
There's 2 of mine in there, sir. You can take both mine out.
Okay, thank you. And is it something in this meeting that you, later in the meeting?
It was in your earlier.
I see. I apologize. I got both of them here. Thank you very much, Ms. Perry.
You're welcome.
Okay, I could just, couple of them there. All right, so I've got Mr. Brad Prevel here. I see Mr. Prevel, item 9.5. Would you like to wait or speak in advance? Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Mr. Bruce Robertson, item 12. Would you like to wait or speak now? Or?
I'll wait till 12 comes up. I want to speak about the general electronics.
Okay. And then, oh, well, you can go ahead and come forward. I see that card here on the second. Thank you. We ask you to state your name and address, and the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
My name is Bruce Robertson. I'm a longtime resident of Cape Canaveral. I live on Caroline Street. I've been coming to these meetings for, 10 years, I think. So I've got sort of an educated opinion on seeing the city council and our mayors, our current mayor and our past mayor in action. And I'm glad to see we've got such a big turnout tonight. I'm glad to see former city council members here because I think it would behoove us to look at the records and see why we're in this budgetary hole, 3.5 million or 4 million or whatever we are saying it is. Who was yielding the shovels that got us in this hole? And I'll tell you why. First, I want to commend, before I condemn, our city council. I want to commend our Mayor Morrison for everything he's done over the past 10 years, almost a decade, even before he was mayor. And I want to quote him. Throughout my time in public service, I have consistently questioned city spending, the long-term cost of major capital projects, and what it takes to operate and maintain them after construction is completed. Decisions made years ago do not always have an immediate impact. In many cases, the full financial consequences are felt much later. Those years have now arrived. My dad would say, the honeymoon is over and the rents come due. That's where we are now. Let's look back. Who was wielding those shovels? Because I think people who don't look back at the past are condemned to repeat it. I turned on the TV the other night and I saw a former council person. I won't name names because they know who they are and we'll probably be hearing from them tonight. And this former council member was lecturing us on TV about the importance of fiscal responsibility. And I said, well, this doesn't seem right because I look back at their record. In the 6 years they were sitting up here, only 38 months ago they were sitting up here, they voted for a $7 to $10 million community center. They voted for a $1 million art gallery that we could listen to their poet laureate and weave baskets in. And they voted to demolish a perfectly good private business building with 3 thriving small businesses who were paying property taxes, business taxes, so we could build a $1 million parking lot. Look out the window. And I thought, is this the same person that made those votes?
Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Mickey Kellum. It's like a general comment.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak, Mayor, Council, Anthony, Keith. I just have a couple comments on what's been happening. I was really disappointed to see that there was a confusion with Kay Jackson qualifying. And the budget time is here. There's lots of things happening. So I just wanted to make a statement. As a former city council member and mayor pro tem, serving this great city for 6 years, I know firsthand how hard we work to keep taxes lower and spend taxpayers' money wisely. We fought hard to make responsible decisions about our city finances. There were times when we stood firmly against spending money on big, shiny things while existing infrastructure and needs of our community still required action. We believed then, and I hope we believe now, that our responsibility is to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money and take care of what we already have. Kay Jackson was elected to office. When Kay Jackson was elected to office, many of us saw hope that the voices of the people would once again be heard, excuse me, and that the council would truly listen to the citizens it represents. Kay works extremely hard for this community. She does her due diligence. She spends hours researching issues, asking questions, and educating herself so she can sit on the dais and make informed decisions on behalf of the people of Cape Canaveral. I have witnessed her devotion to the city and deeply respect her commitment she has shown to our city citizens. Anyone who knows me knows how much I love this city, this community, and our veterans. I have been here a long time, and I do not make this statement lightly. I'm telling you, the loss of Kay Jackson on the voter registration is a big loss for our city. I thank you for taking the time to listen and caring about the future of Cape Canaveral. God bless the citizens of Cape Canaveral, our community, our veterans, and the upcoming election. Sitting on the dais is not an easy job. And I respect Kay for all she's done for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
Ed Adams. Ed, do you with this? It's on item 1. You can speak now if you'd like, or it's fine. Come on forward. Thank you. Name and address, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's a big follow-up from the speech and the data that was put out tonight. Really good speeches. My background here was I was pushing. I would say thank you for the code enforcement and Zach for pushing me to come to this meeting tonight. Push forward towards becoming a franchise for beach rentals here. I've worked many years in the resorts here in Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach Resort, Discovery Beach Resort, and Ron John's for the grand opening for that. With that background, I bring that experience to my business, East Coast Board Rentals, to providing our customers here with resort-like amenities for beach chairs, surfboards, and different stuff like that they need for the beach, making their experience unforgettable. Let's see. I asked for you guys today. I've gone back and forth with emails with the city, like I said, directed here today, to ask to see if I could be considered for a franchise for the city, not just be handed one, but the opportunity to compete for one. I'll keep it short. Yeah, if the city council could push for a RFP to be open for another franchise here for the city for beach rentals. That's what I'm requesting tonight. Also, the review of limitations for signs and QR codes. As of right now, they've been asked to take off of my rental stuff and I've lost about $1,000 worth of equipment with no signs or anything on my equipment to say that they're rentals. They've been stolen off the beach, and I've had to report it to the police. Yeah, continue working with code enforcement on rules and regulations for the beach, to making sure everybody's following by the rules and what we want here for the city and for our guests coming here. That's all I have from you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I appreciate you putting this in writing. It'll allow us to
I'll look through.
follow and work with our city staff to follow up. This is obviously a topic we've discussed in the past, and appreciate it. Still have some more time if you want.
Yeah, if you guys have any follow-up questions for me or about the business, I'd be more than happy to answer that for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Thank you, Ed, for coming, Mr. Adams. So what you're wanting to do is you're wanting a franchise, and we have one there. So I guess you've been told that you're not getting a franchise for your business?
Yeah,
because
for what I've been
competition?
told with the city is that they have one already and they don't want to open up another rec. And that's why I've kind of provided you to have kind of equal opportunity for guests that come here that can pick from different services, and it be chosen by some of the Google reviews and stuff like that of the services that we provide.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify, that's
Yeah.
what the situation was.
Yeah, I don't want to change anything that you guys have going already, just the opportunity to bid for a franchise as well.
Very good.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Willis.
Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
You listed on your initial concerns that, are you wanting to do a surf school at Cherry Down Park?
No, just surf lessons, not a surf school. That would be something that maybe we could look forward to in the future if that opportunity presents itself and that's something to demand for the city. But no, not right now. Just surf lessons, surfboard rentals, beach chairs rentals, umbrellas and canopies, kayak rentals at the parks, stuff like that.
Are you wanting to do it at Cherry Down Park?
Just along our city, within our city in Cape Canaveral, not directly just Cherry Down, because that's owned by the county, from what I understand.
Right, okay. Well,
a lot of guests that come in from Orlando with the license that I have now will direct them towards them, trying to keep the other streets for our residents and just directing them to that park there.
Oh, okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Good. Thank you guys for your time.
Next card I have is Dr. Robert, Shannon Roberts. I see two cards here, both on 9 and 9.5. Do you want to speak now or during the item? You want to talk about the first one here? Take your time. Come on up. Thank you.
Excuse me. Shannon Roberts, 703 Solana Shores Drive here in the city. And it's sort of building off of the budget workshop as it relates to alternative revenue sources. And I hope you don't mind, I'm going back to some of the ideas you as council have proposed to the city. These include things like researching with the hotels, potential, return on the investment that we've enabled them to have, to possibly have some community contributions from the hotels, and particularly those that have got corporate, headquarters and other locations and have extensive revenues that they might be able to help our city. It was various initiatives that we have considered as we move the city forward. I'm thinking in particular about the town center, the civic hub. Those are things that we had envisioned, as we know, for many years. So this is where I think their opportunity to contribute is really upon us. It depends on relationships of council, which you all have suggested it might be possible that you all would reach out to them. The other is with Port Canaveral, to potentially have them share with us. I know you all had some creative ideas about some revenue sharing and having them contribute back to the city. particularly with regard to our infrastructure, the traffic implications, and so forth. I just am trying to kind of make sure that we're aware that those are still active. I'm asking now, are those active still in your all's agenda as individual council members, or?
I'll answer. I can tell you both of the things that you've discussed are absolutely have been a part of the conversation during the budget, and whether they're specifically on the agenda, no. But I can't recall the meeting where we at least didn't touch them. In fact, last meeting, Councilmember Shoryak had brought up some other ideas, and I think specifically listing it as something.
Thank you.
we
I just
need
wanted
do.
to, I know I haven't been in some meetings, so I apologize for that, but so I'm catching up a bit here. The third element of the discussion are the advisory boards. In the past, councils would work with the advisory boards for the city to augment the staff and enable the resident input and contributions with ideas, their time, their research, to help city council and staff. And I had been asking in particular about the Business and Economic Development Board, which had, in the past, we used to meet once a month. And now I understand the board has not even met since January of 2025. And I know of some residents that have expressed interest in being a member of that board. And I just don't know how the city responds to that interest and that potential partnership with the residents to do some research, do some relationship building, do some contributions in a way that the advisory board members may be able to help with. So I'm just bringing that particular board to council's attention in concern that it's not been active, and it used to be one of the most active, vibrant, contributing boards our city has ever had. We used to have the Enterprise Florida, John Anderson, Diane Morcom, Vice President for Disney, were on this board, and we would do surveys and all sorts of relationship building with the businesses, the facade grants, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you for your consideration. I just wanted to bring this to your attention.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jim Houston.
Yeah, my name is Jim Houston, resident Cape Canaveral, 502 Jackson Avenue. Been in that location for the past 23 years. I've been in this town since 1975. No, I do not come to the meetings like I probably should. There was a periods of time over the past long periods of time where I did come, and spend a lot of time and get involved. But with the it hurts. Thank you for your comments in regards to Kay Jackson. And I couldn't say anything better than what she, brought to us all, except that I'm sincerely baffled and confused and concerned about how she could be qualified, on the list, and then boom, gone. There's got to be an answer for that. I don't think it was, I don't know. How does that happen? Especially after her first 3 years here and everything she's done for this and become mayor pro tem, and all what she's been involved in, and now this recent with the United Space Force and, the rockets and, the noise that's coming to us eventually. I'm concerned. I don't know what happened. And I don't know that it's appropriate to let us know, but it certainly rocked my world, because her ability to pull the council together and do the right things, and this council here, for the most part, with you, Mayor Wes Morrison, has, in my mind, has been a big turnaround from previous councils and mayors. But I just wanted to throw that out, and other than that, appreciate your service, y'all's, everybody's. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, Mr. Dan Kuhn. And that is the last, he's coming up here, Mr. Kuhn, thank you. If there's anyone else that intended to speak other than the other cards we put to the side, please come forward when Mr. Kuhn's finished. Floor is yours.
Dan Kuhn, 226 Polk Avenue here, and actually wanted to speak on a hot topic that came up at the last coffee with the city manager. First, I want to thank Mr. Touchberry for doing a very professional and thorough job at those coffees. It's a great forum for the citizens to know what's going on in their city. Please keep it up, definitely. One of the topics at that was, of course, the discussion concerning the formal investigation into the financial management of Cape Canaveral, both current and prior administration. And there's not been a lot of feedback on that now, and I understand that there's a concern and a need to remain distant from that for independence sake, so it is truly an independent and truthful assessment. However, with an election coming up, I think it would be
Let our deputy chief get to him, Crowley.
Yes, recess.
All right, we're going to just take a recess now. We'll come back to order in a bit. Seriously. I've always, no, we got it. All right, we're going to get started here in about a minute. I looked down to Andrea to see if she's. Alrighty, thank you all for your patience. It is 7:54 p.m. We are calling the meeting back to order. We were in our public comments. Mr. Kuhn, I'm sorry, your time has expired. No, just. No. We will restart the clock for you, sir, and we're ready to go. Thank you very much.
Well out there, I guess. Good.
Yes, it appears to be so. Thankful for that.
Okay. So just in conclusion here really is, I think this is a significant source of truth in an environment that's very much hearsay, you know, this happened, that happened, we did this, we did that. And with an election coming up, I think it's very important to get, as we can, I understand there's restrictions, but as is available, to get this report into the hands of the citizens, get that information out there for them so that we can make a more informed decision come election time. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Another. Mr. Berger, I see a card, item 9.7. Do you want to speak now or? Item 9. When we get to that, make sure to call you. Thank you. Anyone else? I believe I've got the remaining cards for those of you, thankfully, to come to fill them out. We've got them. Did I miss anyone? Did anyone else intend to speak that hasn't been called or recognized? I will state that I received, I think we all received a document. This very well might have been for the workshop, but it dated Monday, August 17th, and I believe this is something that was supposed to be in the record for Mr. Campbell. Is that correct? Mr. Patrick Campbell, 307 Surf Drive submitted. We all have a copy of that up here, and we'll make sure that that gets into the record there. So thank you. And with that, having no other cards at this time on public comment, we'll go ahead and close public participation. Okay, so now we are item number 7, Managers Matters, Facilities, Projects, and Updates. Mr. Touchberry.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 7.1, Facilities and Project Update. The Nancy Hansen Recreation Complex. As council remembers, we put this out to bid. We did receive several bids. Only one of those bids met our bid criteria. All of the bids exceeded the budget amount allotted for this project. And so we are currently getting some quotes to deal with some electrical panel issues that we have over there. But as of right now, we are not seeking any more information or any more bids on that project. The villas at Fillmore, the residents the villas at Fillmore, the expanded drainage easement was not executed by the August 5th deadline. So staff is preparing the invitation to bid to implement what is known as the bamboo option. It was formerly known as option number 2, and we discussed that about 2 meetings ago. So we'll keep you updated on that. The Fillmore Avenue Streetscape Project. For those we have some Fillmore Avenue residents here. And if you drive by that area, you'll see that our contractor has ripped up some asphalt. They're in the process of dewatering that street so we can begin trenching, and then once that's done, shoring up for the removal of the replacement of the sewer main. So that work is in progress. City personnel update. We covered most of this during the last budget workshop, and we'll spend more time on it in future budget workshops, which just, since I'm talking about that, council, before the night's over, we hope to get a date from you for a future budget workshop. But there is a new vacancy. We are seeking a city clerk's position, and we have advertised for that. We have some employee recognition. As council knows, we like to bring employees before the council in one way, shape, or form. And in your backup documentation, you have an email written by Gerald Coates, our code enforcement manager, in reference to Code Enforcement Officer Gidget Vici. And she is the newest member of our code enforcement team, and she, just constantly receives positive comments from the community. Residents have praised Gidget for her professionalism, her dedication, and exceptional effort in reducing beach vending on our public beaches, and her commitment to protecting our community while maintaining a positive and respectful approach has not gone unnoticed. And as you heard earlier in the previous workshop, we always seek voluntary compliance with all of our codes. And she educates the public, treats everyone with respect, and performs her duties always with a smile and positive attitude. So we just love our supervisors to bring forth our people for recognition. So thank you, Gerald Coates, for that. To give you a grants update, there's only one item listed, but several others came in after the printing of this agenda that I did want to make the council aware of. We're seeking another amount this year in the total of $18,000 from Surfing Evolutions and Preservation Foundation. This organization contributed money last year for the sea oak planting, so we're going to ask them if they'll be willing to do that again. And that event is in February. For anyone who wants to sign up now, we'll take your names. We have a couple other grants that we're seeking. The Save Our Indian River Lagoon. We are seeking to amend our current grant for the, and these are all related to the Fillmore Avenue project. We're seeking to amend our current Save Our Indian River Lagoon grant to provide an additional $96,000. And that funding would go toward green infrastructure components of the project. We are pursuing 2 BRIC grants. BRIC stands for Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. And the first one is we've sent out a notice of interest in that grant. If we get it, will focus on infrastructure retrofit components for the Fillmore Avenue project. And another BRIC grant for localized flood reduction. We've submitted a second notice of intent, and that one focuses on flood reduction and stormwater improvements that are included in the Fillmore Avenue project, the Streetscape project. And finally, our staff is working on a grant application for the North Atlantic Emergency Stormwater Project. That's Cape Canaveral Mobile Estates, and I know the council is familiar with that area and the flooding that we have there. We are looking to get some engineering approved on that, as you know. And we are coordinating with a engineering company named Bowman to gather technical information for that application. So we'll keep the council posted on that. And the final item is a financial advisory committee. And our code of ordinances, specifically under section 5.07, allows the city manager to create a financial advisory committee. And again, this is a city manager created committee, not one that's operated or where appointees come to us from the council. And the purpose is comprised of 3 citizen volunteers or business owners who have financial background. You can see it on the screen. Many, they may be appointed by the city manager. They can be volunteers, business owners, what have you. And one member may be a business person from outside the city. And the city manager and the city treasurer will serve as in an ad hoc capacity. And the purpose is of those 3 things listed: the overall financial health of the city, the safety, profitability of the city's financial investments, and the city's budgetary matters. And so we find this is a positive move given what we're working on with our budget. We welcome outside input from folks to help provide some transparency and accountability in our budget process. So other than that, that concludes Managers Matters.
Thank you, City Manager. Council, any questions in regards to Managers Matters? Always appreciate those updates. This time. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item. We are now at the consent agenda, which it consists of really one item, and I think we need to postpone this to the September 15th meeting. Noted. City Clerk's office checking. Okay, Council, if there's not any issue with that, I don't think we have a consent, or just since it's one item, a motion to postpone it to September 15th, the approval of the minutes for May 19th meeting.
Make a motion to postpone approval of minutes for May 19th, 2026 to September.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Shoryak. Any questions regarding the motion? And that is September 15th. That's the meeting date. I think, is that right? Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, item 8 under the consent agenda. Move to postpone to September 15th. We are now on to items for action. We have 5 items for action. The first one is 9.1 audit services. This is a motion to consider the Auditor Selection Committee's recommendation to approve Carr, Riggs, and Ingram LLC at the best overall value, most qualified, responsive, and responsible bidder to provide audit services and authorize the execution of Master Services Agreement 2 with the City of Cape Canaveral and the city's Community Redevelopment Agency incorporated in the engagement letters and attachments. All right, Council, I think we got this all before us. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a representative from Call, Riggs, and Ingram here, and I'll turn this item over to Joey Blacker, our Finance Director.
So this item is for the council to approve the motion to consider the future auditor firm. The city has put together a auditor selection committee, and the city put out an RFP for auditor services. The city received 3 submittals from 3 firms on the screen: Carr, Riggs and Ingram, James Moore, and Malden and Jenkins. And the auditor selection committee ranked each applicant with the following scores on the screen in front of you, with the highest rated firm being Carr, Riggs and Ingram. And we do have a member from the auditor selection committee here with us, Terry Butler from the city of Titusville. If you have any further questions for her or any of us.
Thank you. Council, any questions for Finance Director or Representative Terry Butler? Not at this time. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Anything else in regards to this item?
Well, we have a representative from the firm here. Christine Nallrand is in the audience. If you'd like to address her in any manner, or if she'd like to come forward and introduce herself, whenever the council pleases.
Yes, I think that would be wonderful. Please come forward. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christine Nallrand. I'm a partner at Carr, Riggs & Ingram. I manage our Melbourne, Florida office, so we're right around the corner from you. So very looking forward to working with all of you. So far we've just interacted mostly with your city attorney, which has been a very pleasant experience with going over the contract. So if you have any questions for me at all, I'll be happy to answer them.
Council, any questions? Councilmember Willis?
I just know Ms. Allran from Space Coast League of Cities, and seen you in action and very impressed, and thank you for applying for this.
The scope of this is from this day moving forward. I think, I guess when is the auditing began? Is it November, December?
So once the contract is signed, we can start interim testing. So we usually try to actually do a little bit before year end. So before your finance team is trying to close out the books, you start doing an understanding of your processes and procedures to make sure we are asking for all the right support and the right names and how they do it. And then sometimes we can test controls prior to the year being over too. So really, as soon as this is done, he's probably going to be getting sick of me.
He gets sick of me too. So, thank you. Council, any more questions on this? And again, thanks for all the hard work to get us this far from the committee. And this will automatically renew annually? Or-
So it's for the term that's in there. So the contract is for the full term, and then it has the optional renewal periods in there as well. The price is already set.
Thank you. Okay. If there's no questions, thank you so much. I think we're good to go.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
I would just like to add thank you, Tim Carlisle, for his help during this process, and the city clerk's office.
All right, council, looking for a motion.
Make a motion to approve contracting Carr, Riggs, and Ingram for our audit services.
Oh.
Motion by Councilmember Shoryak and a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, item 9.1, audit services. To approve Carr, Riggs, and Ingram LLC. It's approved 5-0. Thank you again. Looking forward to working with you. We're on to item 9.2, street light gap analysis. This is a motion to consider the adoption of the City of Cape Canaveral street light gap analysis as prepared by Kimley Horn and Associates. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next three items, 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4, are all going to be handled by Tim Carlisle, our Capital Projects Director. And the first one involves the analysis done by Kimley Horn. Tim, you have the floor.
Hey, good evening, Council, Mayor. Last year, we had discussed, actually in the past, we have had issues with dark spots throughout the city. The roadway lighting has not been adequate enough in certain areas, and for fiscal year 25-26, we put in a certain amount of money for doing a photometric light study throughout the whole city. That has now come to a conclusion. They have finished the light study, and what we want to do is we want to use this, we want to get it adopted and use it moving forward if we ever have any issues throughout the city where we need additional lighting. It also has within the study, it has a price comparison between solar lighting, FPL lighting, and that's pretty much it. We just want to use it moving forward for any lighting issues. Roadway only. I had the study up. My apologies. I don't know.
No, that's okay. I see different options in here as you're working through it. Is that the recommendation is to adopt the streetlight gap analysis? So this is just adopting the analysis, not necessarily a specific option?
I had a question.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hello, Mr. Carlisle.
Good evening.
So I want to make sure I understand this correctly, or verify that I'm looking at it correctly, okay? So we've got cost estimates for new FPL fixtures and poles in Table 2, with the maximum cost per new light per month is $25.88. The minimum total cost For 68 lights, is that correct?
Correct.
It's $1,411.48, right?
Correct.
So our total maximum per month is $1,837.48.
Correct.
Okay. Then I flip over to Table 3. With Table 3, with the new FLT fixture and pole, now is the FLT fixture, can you please describe to me, is that FPL?
No, FLT is First Light Technologies. That's
Okay.
where we get all our solar lights. That we actually order them from. I believe they're a Canadian-based company. We've started implementing them throughout the city, not only on the pedways but also roadways in certain areas.
Okay, so my FPL lights, for 68 of them, maximum cost per month is $1,837.48. But the new lights, that's new technology, meaning lithium and, probably not fluorescent light bulb. Help me with that. I'm having a brain freeze there.
All LEDs here, all right?
Yeah. So the total lump sum for that is $354,960 for 68 lights, compared to $25.88 a month. Okay, you see these lump costs in comparing.
Correct.
Okay, so we've got some huge price disparities, really big ones, right?
Sure.
I'm about to crawl up some FPL poles and put in an orange amber light in them for turtle season, because that's huge disparity. And then how much are like the batteries on these newer, and let's go ahead and talk about Table 4 as well. So Table 4, we're looking at replacement fixtures for those FLT lights, which are the Canadian ones you have mentioned, and existing FPL fixtures and poles. So that's replacing all of the combination of them?
That's literally getting off the grid. 100% off the grid, correct.
Okay. So off the grid, we're looking at a total of lump sum $2,644,920.
Correct.
I think we need some more FPL poles.
So let me explain this real quick, just so there's no confusion.
Yeah, please do.
The FLT, the way it says total cost per month, that's including battery usage, including having to change batteries and parts and things of that nature. And then FPL, the reason why there's a cost per month on those is not just for the electric consumption, but it's also for the head. Each head that's on every single one of these light poles, when they changed over from HPS, which was high pressure sodium, to the LEDs, they made us sign into a contract with FPL to rent the heads.
Oh, okay.
So unfortunately, FPL, kind of have us, because they're the only ones out there that provide power. So about 10 years ago, I know now I'm going really far back. About 10 years ago, I got excited because I thought I was going to save the city a lot of money by changing from HPS to LEDs, which would have used a lot less electricity, which we should have gotten a break with. However, FPL came back and said, guess what? You're going to have to rent the heads, which we didn't have to before. The HPS Cobra head lights over the roadways were not need to be rented. We paid for the power. Unfortunately, the LEDs now, we do have to pay a rental fee for those heads for a certain amount of years. So that's where those charges come from. And of course, if you're going to take every single FPL light out of here and then put all LED in there, it's going to be
and that's what
very expensive.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. That option 2 cost is total lump sum cost for 68 of them, $354,000. The total cost per month is $1,479, but my other one for just a regular light is $25.88 per light per month.
Correct.
And a total cost of only $400 more. So I'm going to spend $350,000 to save $400 a month. Is what I'm seeing.
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's what I needed to know.
And the 68 lights, the reason they came up with those 68 lights, if you look at the maps, are just the kind of the dark areas that they,
Right.
the voids that they found when doing the study.
So, and what, their suggestion, was that table 4? Or are they just giving us all of the options? I was looking for what Kimley Horn suggested as far as which way they thought we should go.
There was no suggestion.
Okay.
This was just kind of a roadmap for us to
decide.
Yeah, to discuss here at the council meetings and decide moving forward if we ever had any lighting issues.
Okay, because I didn't see a recommendation from them, that's why I was
No.
saying, well, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. That's all I have,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Mayor.
Couple questions. I see 20 years on all the options, 20-year lifespan. Are those backed with any warranties that we know about?
I would have to get with First Light Technologies. I know that we probably have I believe there's a 5-year warranty on those, but I don't know about a 20-year.
They all say 20-year. That's really important because if there's a warranty that guarantees that if it goes down, it's going to be replaced at no cost. If it is 5 years, that's not as great. But I think especially on some of the solar, they would go like 10 years, and even the parts of them for the full 20 years. But yes, Councilmember Willis.
I think on table 2, it's showing that these per month costs are based on a 20-year lifespan,
Right.
not a warranty.
Yeah, and so I'm asking if it's a 20, what is the warranty?
Right.
Do we have a comparison of all 3 total cost for the life of the system for over a 20-year span?
It would kind of hard to do with that with FPL because, since when we have a light go out or we have an issue with the light, we call them, we say, hey, come fix your light. They come out and they fix their light. I don't really, I can see if I can request a lifespan of one of their lights and then do the same thing with First Light Technologies to get a side-by-side.
Yeah, I think Mayor Pro Tem's question about recommendation, this is a financial decision, and sometimes the lump sum might seem spook us for good reasons, but if we did a total, 20-year kind of pro forma analysis, there's a couple of things that jump out to me. Is if the grid goes down, we know that our lights go down typically, right? But on those solar ones, they would not, right? Because they would
Correct.
be
They'd still
independently
be-
powered.
Right.
That's important. Also, the FPL lights are really bright. I mean, you can read a book under some of them. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's almost too bright at times. I remember when we went, very effective, but, dark sky, correct me if I'm wrong, is something I think we like, but we also want to be able to see our feet when we're walking at night especially, and obviously the turtles are important. And so that just gets into, if it is FPL, can we turn them down? Would that result in savings? For me, I'm very interested in this. I think 2 things, the warranty and then just ensuring the grid failure does our city have the ability to power? And I think if this isn't rushed, maybe give you some time to come back with a 20-year side by side, and then we can make, I think, a better decision. We'd have to have some assumptions in there, obviously, when they break and build that in. But I feel like that's what I would need to make a good decision. But this is awesome, very helpful. Thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would also like to see the cost of the lithium batteries and the lifespan for those, for the solar lights.
Yeah, I think if they are battery and inverter, that is not just if there's a battery, what is the warranty on that battery? What is the lifespan? The bulbs, the hardware, any inverters, and hopefully it's a simple warranty that goes anything breaks, but sometimes they'll break it down. Go ahead.
And I like asking this, but it's not a popular question, but where does that battery end up when its lifespan ends? I don't like them just being in landfills, and we don't have very many recycling facilities in the U.S., but I just wanted to look at the price because sometimes those batteries are very expensive. So, thank you.
Yes.
The FLT lights, we already replaced the ones along Ridgewood Avenue within the last few years, haven't we?
The old ones used to be SEPCO. They kind of got faded out. We changed over to the Fluorescent light technology because it was a lower profile, less damage if we ever got a hurricane or anything. They would be, believe it or not, when I was in infrastructure at the time, I implemented ones on Ridgewood that actually lay down during storms. So they're actually hinged. So if we have a heavy storm, we can actually go out there, pull the cotter pin and lay them down.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that we don't get any damaged lights or light poles flying around or anything. But go ahead.
How long did the old ones last?
What's that?
How long were the old ones up before we swapped them out?
10+ years. Those were installed
It's been
in
a
like
while,
2010,
yeah.
and they started failing at 2020. I mean, it really,
You remember, yeah. I remember having the conversations a lot up here.
which is
so.
what they were warrantied for. And then when
10
we got
years.
to that 11-year point, it started costing us a lot. And the cost when we installed them was dramatically higher than what they were replacing. Then city staff went out and found a different, more cost-effective
Yeah.
option. But
And now with FPL, they take care of the maintenance? And
Not on the solar lights. Those are on us.
But I mean, if we go with the FPL.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so we're not on the hook for any kind of upgrade. Because I guess my concern is going to be, we have the electric car chargers now that are obsolete, and we're supposed to pay for that. I would hate to see us on the hook for upgrading solar lights in 5 years to whatever standard
Mhm.
comes along. So I think the FPL thing might be a better option. It's their problem now.
So I can tell you that the First Light Technologies has a 5-year comprehensive warranty covering all materials and component parts, including batteries, starting from the shipment date.
so that's anything fails in 5 years?
Yes.
On those? Okay.
Yes. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in June, correct me if I'm wrong, I know that Dave has had to replace batteries in those lights, solar lights. What's lifespan is he getting out of those? Is it 5 years? Okay, so she's saying 2 to 3 years is the lifespan that we're having for the batteries. And I know that the batteries are not cheap.
And what is ballpark, June? Do you know what the battery prices are? $2,500
to 5,000.
But if it's failing in 2 years and it's got a 5-year warranty, it's $0.
Should be correct.
Okay.
And do we really see those come in at $0?
What do you mean?
Like when we put these in,
Mm-hmm.
when we replaced the old ones we had, when we had failures, did we really get paid on the warranty for those? If we have failures within the warranty period?
We put those in probably about 2 years before I became at my capacity right now, so I'm not exactly sure.
Not sure.
I know that I could get that answer for you, though.
So a lot of times warranties sound good until you try to use one.
Mm-hmm. And you're always trying to get a car extended warranty on the telephone.
And just looking at the numbers, the $354,000, it would take us approximately 990 months or 82 years to break even on $400 a month that way. So, yeah.
Okay, I think, I just want to understand, are we talking about table 4, Councilmember Shoriat?
Yes.
Which is,
Well, I'm looking at the difference between the $1,479 cost per month with,
what page is it?
well, table,
Page 12 in the top right, does it say?
I'm looking at on table 2.
Page 10.
The FPL cost is, on page
Okay.
8, is $1,837.48 per month. And the carrying cost for option 2 is $1,479 a month.
Okay, so there's 3 options total, though?
Yes.
Okay, so the total cost for option 1 is, what was that, Councilmember Shoriat? Or you said carrying cost? The
$1,837.48 per month.
maximum total cost per month. And how many lights? 67?
68.
And so what's that total?
$1,837.48.
Oh, it's 2588 per month, but it's 1837.48 for all 67. Right, per month.
Yeah, the 2588 is the rental for the part that goes on the top of the lot, is what I think Tim was saying.
Right. So if we
Then-
spend the 354,000 and buy our own solar lights, that reduces our monthly cost to 1479. Is that correct, Tim?
Correct.
Okay.
$400.
So that $400, it'll take us 82 years to recoup the 354,000.
That's some quick math.
Yeah, I think there
He's
might
our
be a little more
calculator.
to it. I'm not, if we want to move forward, I'd like to maybe dig in just a little deeper, but I'm with you. I mean, if that's all the way it, and just verify that we understand, because in my experience, these are just recommendations. I mean, the payback and the money on some of the technologies out there should be better, whether it doesn't even have to be solar, but just having, I really think it's being independent and not dependent on FP&L is something that I think should be a major cost savings. I mean, the month to month, yes, and it might be hard to have this conversation today. It certainly is for me, but let's, I mean, if the council wants to move forward, that's good, but I would like to just maybe drill down a little bit further, unless there's an urgency to get this, which we're just voting. Are we selecting an option or just accepting?
No,
it?
this is just kind
Awesome.
of adopting it as
Okay.
a pathway moving forward if we ever want
Yes.
to. Can't think of the word.
Act on it.
Implement.
Implement, thank you. Implement any kind of lighting solution.
Okay, got it. I'm ready to do that. Councilor, are there any more questions? Thank you again, Tim. If not,
Make a motion to adopt the streetlight gap analysis.
Second.
Stanley Horn.
all right, got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Shoryak to adopt the streetlight analysis. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, motion passes 5-0. It's kind of cool seeing that map where all the lights are. Yeah. Thank you for putting that, and thanks Kimley Horn, putting that together for us. All right, so we are now to item 9.3, as our city manager said, going right down the line. This is the State Road A1A Reuse Main Relocate Project. The motion is to consider the approval of the proposal from Mead and Hunt in the amount of $75,738 for the design of the State Road A1A Reuse Main Relocation Project, and authorize the city manager to execute the same. Let's go in, city manager, or back to our
Just
capital
go right
projects
to
director,
this
Tim?
one and the
Floor
next
is
one.
yours.
I'll
You
try
got
to
it.
keep the story short. FDOT has been discussing the International Drive realignment for quite a while now. Not too long ago, council approved a easement agreement for FDOT to come in and put some stormwater type C inlets in, and then sign them back over to the city for us to maintain. Within that project, they also, previously before that, they had discussed a roundabout that was thrown out. Now we're back to the realignment project again, where they are going to realign North Atlantic Avenue across the street to that empty lot next to Wells Fargo, just to the north of Wells Fargo. With that being said, they had come to us and explained to us that we have a 16-inch reuse main that runs on the west side of that of their corridor, heading north and south, and that it is in the way and has conflicts with their proposed plans. So with that being said, City of Cape Canaveral, City of Cocoa Beach, and City of Cocoa are all scrambling, trying to figure out what we need to do, because FDOT's running full force forward trying to get this project done. City of Cocoa Beach and the City of Cape Canaveral have both tapped into Mead and Hunt, so that we're all on the same page when doing utilities. They're open to work with FDOT for everything, including submittals and every possible thing that FDOT would need, which is a very difficult task in itself. And then I believe that City of Cocoa's tapping into their own engineering firms that they have in-house. With that being said, though, I am working with FDOT to possibly cushion some of this cost of having to move this line out of their way from their project. Unfortunately, we don't have an easement agreement, so the cost is on us when moving this line outside of their project area, and that's where all this comes from.
And this is the 75,000 is just for the engineering?
The 75,000 is to work with us, FDOT, on the engineering to run, I guess, to remove and relocate our 16-inch reuse main.
And those construction costs would be on FDOT?
The construction cost I'm working with Anthony on right now. There's a UWHC that we're trying to get an agreement on. FDOT, you'll see that coming down the pipe here soon. Anticipated costs are anywhere from $800,000 to $900,000 to remove and replace that pipe on that side of the road. However, I have tapped into FDOT, and I'm trying to get them to cushion some of the cost on that.
I'm going to ask a really tough question that might be, what happens if we don't approve this?
I can answer that. So it's FDOT. Okay, so statutorily, FDOT, right, controls state right-of-way. So to the extent that utilities, public or private utilities, are within FDOT right-of-way, and the FDOT's going to do a project, and those utilities have to remove or relocate the utilities, it is on the utilities nickel to do it, with very minor exceptions, none of which apply in this particular case. So basically, when you put utilities in FDOT right-of-way, you take that with the understanding that statutorily, if FDOT asks you to remove or relocate, it's going to be on the utilities expense. And that's a statutory requirement under Florida law.
Well, like, and this is our utility, this is...
In their right-of-way.
So we'd violate the law if we did not.
Oh, they can.
Statutorily.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. You did ask that question. What happens if?
Yes.
Well, then they'll remove it for you, and then the city will be responsible for paying it.
And will it be in excess of this amount?
I don't know the financial consequences of the removal.
Well, I mean, if they're going to pay for it to remove, and we turn around and pay $75,000 later, that doesn't sound bad to me.
Oh, wait a minute. Now that's just the design. So if they cut off the 16-inch reuse main where their project starts, and they cap it, nobody on the south side gets reuse ever again until we fix that pipe. So what happens?
So they would, okay.
Yeah, they would just cap it and abandon it and say, City of Cape Canaveral doesn't want to play nice, we won't either.
That was an important part.
Yes. So then we'd have to come in after their project, pull all kinds of permits and stuff to have the pipe run under their brand new roads and everything. And I don't know what kind of flack they'd give us, but
I just remember their
Assuming you can get permission.
yeah, assuming you can get permission.
and I remember their projected cost for redoing, when they were talking about the roundabout, from redoing, coming over the bridge down to Long Point, and it was like 29 million for that much road. So I think we better pay instead of having them do anything.
And I'd rather bring to the council right now the sticker shock that will be coming down the line, possibly next month or the month after. But again, rest assured, I am working with FDOT as much as possible and trying to get them to cushion some of the financial burden that that's been placed on us. So
appreciate that. Thank you. Council, any more questions?
Sounds like FDOT has no pity.
Okay, so I think the motion as stated is to, let's just make sure I got it, approve the proposal. Is that right?
correct.
Now this says, oh wait, I might have jumped one. Yep, okay, yep.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask Joey something?
Oh, please, yes.
So this is for Joey, who prepared the financials on this. So Joey, I know that we do, but I'm going to ask you so everyone knows we do. We have that $75,738 in our enterprise wastewater fund, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Do we have the money?
That's a healthy fund. Wastewater's doing very well.
I know, but people don't know that.
No, it's
Until you borrow from it.
Exactly.
well, fact. Okay, is there anything financial? Your financial comments here to Mayor Pro Tem's point, under the circumstances that we should be concerned about with this?
No, we can afford this.
That's great.
Due to the necessity of this project.
Okay.
We can pay for it.
Thank you, Joey.
Any further questions?
Sit down, Joy. So once the study is done and we get the bill, the estimate, that would be coming from wastewater as well?
For the construction?
Oh, for the construction?
Yes.
For construction. Mead and Hunt has been gracious enough to already send me an opposition of probable cost. What would happen is we would need to, I'm sorry, say the question again?
Who would fund the actual construction?
CRA.
Okay.
It is within the CRA boundaries, so we were able to tap into CRA funds to relocate this pipe.
And you said you received the probable cost so far?
Yes, so I have received the probable cost. It originally came in at 1.1 million, and I asked them to please go back and look at it really carefully, just to make sure that we're not, overcompensating for what we don't know yet. We do know that we have 3 options. We have picked option 2, which will be the least amount. But I would say FDOT is asking us for a certain amount of contingency and another percentage on top of that. So I hadn't included that in the price too. So I would say comfortably 800,000 would cover everything.
Thank you.
Do you have that document available?
I can have it available, yes.
Okay, I would love to have a copy of it, please.
For further reference, the full amount is budgeted in next year's budget out of the CRA fund, and we currently have it in at $900,000 due to some contingency expenses. So it's in the CRA budget next year as a CIP for $900,000.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor, it's also,
Yes.
it just, in this particular case, it's just worth noting that the FDOT project involves the realignment of the intersection at North Atlantic, right, and International. And the city's already entered into an agreement regarding that that realignment, where the city's actually going to take title to the realignment when it occurs. So it's a redevelopment activity within the CRA boundaries, and the CRA, under its redevelopment plan, has a provision that when you have redevelopment activities, they can fund public utility improvements. So, it's not just the CRA is just going to take over funding the city's utility projects. This involves an actual redevelopment project. Okay, so I just wanted to make that just clear.
And longstanding justification on, areas to improve, blighted areas within the district. This has been talked about for a while, so that's great. Is there anything else? If not, I think we can move forward.
We need to make a motion on that, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor? I'll move that we approve the proposal from Mead and Hunt in the amount of $75,738 for the design of the State Road A1A Reuse Main Relocation Project.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Councilmember King and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, as stated, any further discussion? I didn't hear "and no roundabout" in that, but that's okay. I think
And you won't.
No, and thank you to the council back then who stood up for
and
that.
thank you to FDOT for honoring it, and here we are.
I think they're making us pay for that, so no comment.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Great. Item 9.3, to approve the proposal. It's adopted 5-0, which takes us now to 9.4, West Central Outfall Rehabilitation Project. A motion to consider the approval of the proposal from Mead and Hunt in the amount of $36,684 for the design of the West Central Outfall Rehabilitation Project and authorize the city manager to execute the same. Capital Projects Director, Tim.
So this project, we have an outfall between two residence houses at the end of West Central Boulevard. Over the years, it's a really hard spot to get to, but over the years, it's slowly filled in, and we found out that there was a seawall that was put in the way of it, and some private businesses had a few issues with flooding. So we've justified, or not justified, we've fixed the issue with the seawall. We went ahead and dredged out the man-made canal area between the two residents. But the city would like to move forward on coming up with a permanent fix to where we don't have so much maintenance involved with encroaching on private properties to get this cleaned out. To my belief, I think it should have been piped out to the end of the river area, kind of like the Center Street outfall is. However, they just kind of put a little ditch in that area and just kind of left it natural with coquina rock and other things. But what we want to do is we want to do a permanent fix where it'll be self-sustaining and it won't cost the city a lot of money in the long run.
I like how you put the higher price ones first. You get that out of the way, and then it's a bit of relief. I love the questions we asked last time. The funds for this, is this something budgeted for the upcoming?
What is it? Is it contingency or?
Yeah, I'll let you speak on the.
This is
budget.
coming out of the stormwater fund, which is very healthy. So we're very much able to afford the $36,000. Was this budgeted for, or is this coming out of contingency?
This was not a CIP. It was not budgeted for, but considering the circumstances that we're dealing with that basin and the flooding issue, we want to try to expedite this project sooner than later. So, no, that should answer your question. It was not.
And any opinion of probable cost on this one, if you went over that?
Not yet, not until they start seeking a little bit deeper. I have received a proposal. We had already tapped into a couple of companies to get not a permanent fix, but a temporary fix. And one of the companies literally came in and gave us a proposal on exactly what we were looking at doing without us even asking them. So I'm like, this is perfect. Thanks for this proposal. At least it gives, and I believe it was around $270,000 at the, that's including all the dredging that's going to have to happen out in the river. So, but that's what we're looking at.
I don't think this is in the CRA district.
No, it is
It's too
not.
far
It's
west,
outside. Yeah, just outside of it.
I mean, that would be, I think.
But I have included in a CIP for next fiscal years in the stormwater budget.
For the construction cost?
Correct.
And so this one, the engineering costs for $36,000 will come out of?
The $36,000 will come out of this fiscal year.
Okay.
The actual project itself will come out next fiscal year.
That's great. Thank you. Any further questions, Councilor? That's all I have. If not, looking for a motion.
Well, I'll do it. Okay, I move that we approve the proposal from Mead and Hunt in the amount of $36,684 for the design of the West Central Outfall Rehabilitation Project.
Got a motion by Councilmember King and a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion? It's item 9.4. City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right. Item 9.4, the motion to consider the approval of the proposal for the West Central Outfall Rehab Project passes 5-0, which brings us to item 9.5. This is a code of conduct hearing titled item, motion to consider removal of a board member from the Culture and Leisure Services Board due to breach of conduct as defined by city code. We do have some cards on this. The first one I have, Dr. Roberts.
I guess the concern I had, I wasn't at the meeting in July, so I wanted to go back because I have never heard of the city council doing this with a board member, particularly when in this case, I went back and listened, and to me, the resident was very clear that he, in this case, was recusing himself, from his role as voluntary board member. So from that perspective, when I listened to the commentary from the resident, it seemed that every comment that was made after that was done in the capacity as a private citizen, with the right to express him or herself in this case. What worries me is by council bringing this to the public's attention, it sets, in my opinion, a very bad precedent for encouraging residents to volunteer for boards, voluntary assignments, without being constrained to express their personal opinion if they recuse themselves, which to me is the normal professional thing to do. So I was, to be honest, quite shocked that this was brought up to council as an agenda item tonight. I do want to listen to the council's perspective on it, but everything I read in the code of conduct, in my observation and experience, having been a board member, having been a council member, is that the code applies to you if you're a sitting council member or a sitting board member in that capacity. But when an individual in this case recuses himself from that, speaking in that capacity, that to me is a freedom of speech, an opportunity to express him or herself. So it worries me that this, if we took action to the negative on this, it would set, in my opinion, a terrible precedent for volunteers in the city. And it would almost ask, before a person takes on a voluntary position in the city, that they have to read this code of conduct and realize they have to preclude themselves from expressing themselves as a member of the public. Recusing oneself is a normal practice if you want to speak as a private citizen, and I just don't understand in this case. I heard the resident speak to that effect very immediately, and I just did not hear that he didn't attack a person. He was just expressing his frustration about the council's actions, which to me would be his right as a citizen. So that's where I'm coming from in this commentary. If you don't mind, I would like to hear, what council has to say, maybe other residents too, to this effect, and maybe come back if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Brad Prevel.
Thank you, what you do for our community. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen on the dais, and good evening to the ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. I look forward to the opportunity to speak prior to my hearing as it's applied to. Mayor and members of council, I want to briefly address the allegations contained in tonight's agenda. The city's own transcript record records my words, quote, "I am the current chairman of the Cultural Leisure Volunteer Board, but I am here speaking as a citizen. That distinction matters because the code of conduct cited tonight requires me to clearly identify whether I am speaking individually or in my capacity as a board member. I did that. I never stated that I was speaking on behalf of the CLSB, nor did I represent my comments as an official position of the board. The agenda acknowledges that I said I was speaking personally, but then concludes that because I discussed city business and referenced a previous workshop, I was effectively speaking as chair. Respectfully, I disagree. Residents who volunteer on city boards do not stop being residents. If discussing city business automatically transforms a volunteer's personal comments into an official board statement, we risk discouraging the very civic participation we should be encouraging. I will acknowledge where I could have done better. Some of my language was stronger than necessary. My frustration, however, was genuine, but I could have expressed it more professionally. I also could have been clearer that the proposal I referenced from the previous workshop was my proposal and not an official recommendation from the CLSB. I take responsibility for that. But I will not apologize for caring about the financial future of Cape Canaveral or for asking difficult questions. We have fixed obligations. We have facilities, services, infrastructure, employees, and commitments to our residents that have to be paid for. We also have an obligation to maintain adequate reserves. When revenues are reduced, while those costs continue, while inflation increases, those costs, we have to ask whether that approach is sustainable. That was the substance of my concern then, and it remains my concern today. I recognize that I serve at the pleasure of this council, and I respect the council's authority to make this decision. I simply ask that you distinguish between imperfectly expressed criticism and misconduct worthy of removal. Whatever decision you make tonight, I will respect it. But I hope every resident and every person who volunteers their time serving the city leaves here knowing that public service does not take away their voice as a citizen. We should be able to ask difficult questions. We should be able to respectfully disagree. And we should be able to hold one another accountable without discouraging residents for participating in their government. Cape Canaveral is bigger than any one board member, council member, city manager, or disagreement. I care deeply about this community, and regardless of the decision you make tonight, I will continue working for a stronger and financially sustainable Cape Canaveral. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will be in the gallery if anyone has any further questions. Thank you very much.
That is all the cards I have on this particular item. If anyone else intends to speak, we'll make sure you're heard. Thank you both for your comments. This is a legislative action here, and I think council, any comments? Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
I would ask our city attorney to respond to Chair Purvell's comment in just a moment. But I'm going to say something, and I'm going to be quite honest. This is the worst part of sitting on council that you have to be involved with, is the judging of anyone, whether it's in a quasi-judicial role with a code enforcement violation or anything else. Now, I'm going to tell you, I have had people come up and say all kinds of things. And you know what? If you can call me names or anything else, if you're doing it as a citizen, I'm going to listen to you. and hopefully I'll learn something from you, whether I agree with you or not. But the problem that I have with this, and the problem that I have, is that I signed an oath to enforce our code, to enforce our charter, and that is part of an agreement we sign on our code of conduct. And it wasn't the first time, and it references the workshop, and the workshop was, it was a city council item that, you know, that Parks and Rec workshop on the fees at the end of last year. So I'm trying to discharge my duties. And I like Mr. Gravel. We had lunch not too long ago together, and it was really enjoyable. So this is not something I take lightly, and I don't want to do these things. But it is part of what we're supposed to do when we see these things. And when it happened in a prior meeting, I didn't say anything because I'm going to give everyone the grace that none of us are perfect, including myself, and that you might have things that occur. But it happened again, and that's where I have to take discharging my duties responsibly and the way that I've taken my oath. But I'd like to hear the city manager's opinion on how things were worded and what might be a crossover in cases like this. And then I'm going to yield to the council because it's not just my decision. It's it's dependent upon what council believes. So, Mr. City Attorney. I'm sorry.
I don't know what it is you need me to say here. I mean, the city council has a rule regarding board members, right? You have a code of conduct. You have a policy that the board members serve at the will of the city council. So it's the city council's prerogative on the appointment and removal of appointed board members. With respect to whether or not any board member should be appointed or removed, I mean, that's as the mayor indicated, legislative policy matter regarding the appointment and removal of board members. It's not for me to share the wisdom of those decisions.
No, and I understand that. But if I got up in front of, and I want to know for myself too, because I'm going to be out there asking questions soon. So if I got up there and I identified myself as Kay Jackson at this address, and then I rip into everyone up here, and I'm not saying that's what you did, but if I did, is that me speaking as a resident with my First Amendment rights? Okay.
Well,
is that?
Well, certainly we have a First Amendment.
Right.
But all the members of the city council serve the city in a representative capacity. Okay, you're elected by the voters to serve the city of Cape Canaveral. Likewise, any board member that this city council appoints, whether they come up here and speak as a citizen, they still serve the representative capacity of the city of Cape Canaveral. You can't turn that on or off once you're elected, whether you're citizen Jackson or council member Jackson. As long as you're elected and you serve on the dais, you serve in a representative capacity for the city of Cape Canaveral. Same rule applies to a board member. So when they come before you, even if they say they're speaking as a citizen, they still, if they are an appointed board member, serve in a representative capacity. And that matters an awful lot regarding First Amendment rights.
Thank you. I appreciate that description because I had a recent thing that occurred with something, and I literally had to give up all of my rights on it because it has something involving the city. And so I have to be completely neutral because I am up here. So I will pass this back to you, but I wanted to let you know why I had this up here. And thank you for clarifying that, City Attorney. So I'll pass that back to you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just want to talk procedure here. Section 2171 of the article, boards, committees, commissions. It's really on the first cover page of the agenda summary. it says that all persons shall be appointed to and removed from city boards and committees by majority vote of the city council and by resolution. City Attorney, tonight, would this, no matter what decision the council wants to do, I believe this would need to go to a resolution or direct to draft the appropriate resolution?
Yes.
Okay. Council, we're working through this item. Any comments at this time? Councilmember Willis?
Mr. Mayor, we all make mistakes, and anyone who doesn't make a mistake has never made anything. This is unfortunate, but I would prefer to partake of the grace that I hope I never need. So with saying that, I can't support removal. I would like an apology, but I can't support removal at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis. City Attorney, in addition to resolution, is there any other things as far as procedure goes that we should consider? I guess I think I'm in the right area there. Article 4, Section 2171, Uniform Procedures and Requirements. E, I guess. 2171E.
Other than that, a resolution would need to be approved, and the board member should be afforded an opportunity, right, to state their position, which has happened. Other than that, it's the council's, whatever the council's wisdom is on this issue.
Thank you. I'll share my comments. We are elected. Very humble, grateful for that. And as I think our city attorney said, there's a process to remove elected officials. It takes a whole lot of effort to earn the trust of the public, to vote, and that weight of that is very serious. And it takes a lot of effort to remove. One of our duties, obviously, is, read through it, is oversight, accountability for the budget, the procedures, the things that we debate, land use, every function of city government. And to think that a council would have to do it all, right, is an overwhelming task. And as I think Dr. Roberts rightfully pointed out, those advisory boards are absolutely critical for us because we can't be everywhere and everyone. And so our advisory boards are supplemental and in certain capacities, such as planning and zoning, necessary by state law on land use, and there's really good reasons for that. And for me, it's not about profession. I understand the code of conduct, the professional capacity, personal capacity. It's prior to appointing any board member, there's no code of conduct governing them. And we have to look at the individual on whatever, collectively, we all can form our opinions. We have resumes we look at, we see strengths, we think about the functions of that specific board, experience. But it doesn't end there, as our city attorney says. Do you know them in the public? Their references, they might be neighbors, they might be on social media. And I can tell you that every board member that we've appointed has contributed, including Mr. Purvell, in a very positive manner throughout the process. But the same criteria to appoint, right, it sort of is an act of good faith. And at any point, what are we supposed to do when, no matter personal or professional, an individual is communicating or conducting themselves in a way that, I'm speaking as an individual, we don't see how that aligns with what we're trying to accomplish and the roles of that, and let alone the responsibilities of being a chair. And mine, Councilmember Willis, I agree. I take that. I'm in the mistake group daily. I don't think that that's what this is about. This isn't about mistakes. To me, it is a serious point of tension around, in my observations, beyond the public statements. It is the knowledge of the issues that are going on. And in our capacity, in our communities, we interact in person, we interact on social media. And I can tell you right now, anyone has the right on any day, at any time, to come up and pretty much say whatever they want about me as an individual. I'm a firm believer in freedom of speech. This is not about freedom of speech. But as a board member, I need to know, and there's only one way, is through my observations across a variety of experiences, whether or not I believe that our board members are understanding the issues in our city. If somebody came up and they said, and personally, whatever, that they talked about issues and it was like, well, that's not what's going on here. Are we required to appoint that person? No, and nor do I think we would or we should. And so you can't separate, again, as our city attorney said, public, personal. That to me is irrelevant. It is, you're held to a higher standard, not on what you are saying about someone or personally. This is America. But as an advisory board member, as a chair, if I see the issues are being spoken about in an accurate manner, that's far more important whether I disagree with them or not. It's not about agreeing. But I can tell you that the folks who've paid attention to the subject on that night, who have read the budgets, the audits, attended the meetings, were prepared, there are valid critiques that I may not like, but they're verifiable and I cannot disagree with them, right? What I saw was a serious question of accuracy of information being communicated. And it was communicated with a lot of passion. And for me, I'm not perfect. I've certainly brought passion, but I can tell you that I've done my best to do the time isn't up here. I know we have long meetings. The time is what you don't see. It's off the clock when we're at home and we're studying. And to come forward and to state that I didn't attend the workshop, well, that was obvious. And then to state things and to write things and to see this, I really scratched my head on what is going on here. With or without cause is in there for a reason. I'm not here to say with or without. I am expressing broad concerns. Many good things have come from Advisory Board Chair Purvell. Concerning things have come. At this time, I do not believe that we are handcuffed to any advisory board member that is not creating, I think, attention to detail and paying attention to the issues to ensure what they're saying is reliable. It's not that they spoke unreliably or inaccurately. It was done with, in my opinion, carelessness or just no regard to, wait a minute, before I say this, before I write this, is this accurate? That paranoia controls pretty much everything I say and do as an elected official by the people, and I need to know that my board members are studying the facts to the best of their ability. We all make mistakes, but I see no care in the accuracy of the information. And for that, just like from the very beginning on a resume, we only go off a resume, but after you become a board member, I need to know that you are giving a reasonable effort. And then when it mixes in with the freedom of speech and the name calling and the ridicule, you can say that, but that's not going to help at all, because it's not only inaccurate information, but it's you look like a deer in the headlights and all the other comments and shame on you and don't you follow the money and all the comments. And I could read social media. That's our board chair? No way. I don't think it's a good idea to continue, and I think that it is absolutely appropriate. And the precedent that should be set, respectfully, Dr. Roberts, in my opinion, is this will not be tolerated. We need board members that try to get it right, and I do not see that. And for those reasons, I am going to suggest that we drafting a resolution, and I would support moving forward with it. So thank you. I would give the opportunity for Dr. Roberts, Mr. Prevel, or anyone else who would like to speak on this matter to come forward now. We have some order, but Dr. Roberts, I see you're, now that you've had a chance to hear us speak, thank you for your initial thoughts. Please come forward if you'd like to.
The other two council members wanted to say anything before I get up?
Absolutely. Council, before we go back to public comment, I think it's prudent to do that.
I have nothing to say, nothing to add.
Thank you.
No additional comments.
Thank you. Anything else? Seeing none, I think we're finished. Thank you.
I guess I'm just looking at the July 21st meeting differently, you know, having listened to it a couple of times, because I wanted to make sure I was fair to understanding what council's position appeared to be in putting it on the agenda for tonight. And my concern is that I'm not sure any board member volunteer understands the distinction between their ability to have freedom of speech, the opportunity to talk to council as a member of the public, that they forego that if they become a board member. That's where I see the distinction is not clear. And if we are saying that a voluntary board member cannot speak their personal opinion before council because they are residents, then I think that needs to be very clear to all board member volunteers, because right now it's not. I heard the resident clearly recusing himself from that position. I appreciate if you are concerned about the passion in which he spoke. I did not hear him call names. You know, as council members, you all are used to this, as you all spoke to. You know, we've been hearing a lot of the residents very upset. And I mean, if there are criteria that you're saying all board members need to be fully informed about the broad business of the city before they can speak their personal opinion, I think that's a tall order for any board volunteer. So I just would ask that you all consider this as a coaching opportunity, a feedback opportunity, accept the apology of the resident to learn from this. Mm-hmm. And if we've got guidance for board member prospects, current board members, then I think we need to be clear about that, because right now it's not clear. In my opinion, in my observation, as a previous board member and as a council member, I just don't think it's clear.
Thank you. And you have more time if you... Please come forward.
Joyce Downing. I am a member of the Culture and Leisure Board. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. I like being on that board. I love the passion that Brad brings to that. And I'm very upset, obviously. Will go away in a second. I also share his feeling that he can't speak freely because he is a board member. In fact, I just talked to my husband last night about that. I said, I feel a little shackled that I can't really go out and say what I want to say. And I liked that Brad brought that passion and said the things he did. I didn't particularly like the way he said it. I think he didn't have to be quite so in your face. And for that, I think you do deserve an apology. If you go ahead tonight and take him off the board, I'm going to hand in my resignation also. So I would like you to know that. I would like you to know that, you know, there's other things going on, and I don't think you would be making the right decision. I like what Don Willis said, have some grace. There have been times when I've been here and you've had a gentleman come up to the podium and he screams and shouts and is horrible to you, and you can take it. Yeah, we don't want to be personal. We don't want to. I mean, we've just got to get along, and I don't think this is a way of getting along. I think I would ask you to be compassionate here, and I would ask Brad to give you an apology. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Downing? Any comments? Let's let this finish.
Hello, my name is Mary Mosquera. I'm also a member of the board. I would like to say I feel the same as Joyce, that if Brad is removed, I will resign from the board also, because I believe that he was speaking as a individual person and not as a board member, because he stated it. And also I would like to know, you said that, Mr. Mayor, that he was inaccurate. You said that there were inaccuracies of information. I would like to know specifically what was inaccurate about what he was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Joel Fair, also a citizen here at Cape Canaveral. I just had two questions. One is, when a board member recuses himself, what exactly is taking place there? Because I think that's important, because maybe there's a misunderstanding about that. That would be helpful for the training of everyone who sits on a board. We do have a lot of the currently sitting board members here, and I had an idea of what it meant when I was sitting on the board and when I would recuse myself, but maybe I'm misguided in some of that. So I think that would be helpful for a learning opportunity for us. And I also agree with Dr. Roberts on the training that needs to be taking place for anyone who would sit on the board, so they know exactly what that means. And I think the definition of what it means to recuse yourself would be helpful in that. Robert's rules, there's a lot in there. So, I mean, all of that, we get the training, but maybe just the clarity for everyone would be super helpful today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments at this time? Mr. Purvell, please.
Mayor and council, city manager, attorney. As I said in my statement, I misstepped. I showed high passion on how I feel about our city. In the past years, I've helped the city save trees. Mr. Mayor, you also helped me on that. I came up with a plan that we can have the water park or the splash pad open 7 days a week by adding a sidewalk. We came up with some excellent ideas as I was appointed to the board, working with the director and assistant director to promote the city's recreational department. I've been in the city since 1987. I think the city had a great future. And I will say, I was way too passionate, as I said in my previous statement to everyone up here. I don't know what I said previous, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. She could have mentioned that earlier. But I'm sorry how I presented it. I am not sorry about my passion and my love for the city of Cape Canaveral and the future I want Cape Canaveral to have. So I thank you for the time. I look forward to whatever the vote's going to be, and whatever that is, I will respect it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I want to talk.
Please.
I'm probably going to cry, but I'll try not to. My name is Diana Perry. I've sat here tonight. I've watched a whole lot of things happen. I have no idea what's going on with Mr. Prevail, with this young lady right here, or anybody else who spoke about stopping. But I do want you to know what I witnessed here tonight. Tonight I witnessed a group of people who came in here about sex trafficking. And one of the people that got up here tonight said to you that a young lady that was sitting right in front of me is here and she was a victim. And I don't want you to dislike me. I just want to tell you what I feel. I feel that every single one of you dismissed that young lady. Not one of you asked that young lady to stand up and tell her story. And that bothers me, because that young lady was a person. We listened for an hour after that about somebody talk about rocket noise. But you didn't give that lady, that young lady, the time to tell her story. And that's all I got to say. I'm shaking. I have no idea what's going on with him. And all you need to listen to somebody that has passion. This young lady didn't even get a chance to tell her story, and that upsets me. And I don't even know any of you. I hope that I get to learn to know one of you, but I don't know any of you. And all I know is what I saw here tonight, and I'm bothered by it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say something?
Yes, please come forward.
I'm sorry. I think one of the problems with all of this, I think this really probably would have been better to do behind closed doors. I don't think that you really needed to have a public quasi-judicial hearing about this. I think this could have been done privately. And I think it would have been just a lot, just better for our entire community. I really believe that's true. I think that, I just believe that it would have been better for our community. I think this is a little showboating. I'm sorry, but I think it's a little showboating on part. I think it could have been done in private. Thank you.
You. Any other comments at this time? Thank you all for taking the time to share those thoughts. Kind of working in reverse. I just want to address a few of them. We're at 9:30. We're going to need to make a decision here, and I just want to say, it says that first of all, this is an item for action. Yes, the title is Code of Conduct Hearing. There might be some components, but it is not. I believe our city attorney can interject. If it does not fall under the public hearing criteria to advertisements, I think our code says that by resolution. I'm not even sure where I read that a hearing is required. That's why it falls under, I believe, item for action. By majority vote of the city council resolution. We can't do this behind closed doors. I don't think anyone would like to do this. It's a public act, and to bring on, it's a public to remove. And that's all I want to say on that. In regards to passion, we need the passion. It needs to continue. In comparing people who have been very passionate, that have absolutely came at us, they've done it. We've never stopped them. They continue to do it. We know they're going to do it. Those people are not serving on our boards. Dr. Roberts, if somebody got up on the Business Economic Development Board and they wanted to serve on that board and they said, we need more hotels, we want hotels, you guys don't know what you're doing, we need hotels everywhere. That's an issue that's important, I think, to all of us and you as well. And we would say, wait a minute, I don't think that average Cape Canaveral residents saying that, right? Has nothing to do with the passion. If they screamed it at us, if they called us a bunch of idiots, that's not going to really help in an interview, right? But I'm going to be listening to are you going to understand the issue, right? So what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to appoint that person when there is not an alignment? The passion, I've known Mr. Gravel for a very long time. And I'll say it again, in addition, he's done very good things and he will continue to do good things for our city. I know him. However, there is a point that the inaccuracy comments goes beyond the statement. I tried to make that clear, Miss Mary, that these are on social media, and it's a compilation of comments that just made me take a step back. And when advisory board members are angry, that's okay. To me, it's not. But are we supposed to continue if we are not have a good working relationship, right? That's what this is. These are advisory working boards. You don't need to walk on eggshells. There's no handcuff. We debate passionately. We've had board members debate passionately. There's not this pressure to be accurate. I get it wrong all the time. And I think it's a series of events that over time that I've observed, and yes, and then to bring it public, that public comment, and to state it on a couple of different instances, to me, made me take a step back and go, this is a chair of our board. Mr. Purvell, your apology for me, can speak, is 100% accepted. There is no resentment or anything, forgiven for anything, and ill will or nothing. I love Cape Canaveral residents, and you're no different. But as a professional side, you've said it many times, this is business, right? And so I believe that the business of the city is you have to separate those two. You're a good man. There's no doubt about that. Your passion is high. That's not a news flash to me. That's who you are as a person. That's what makes you a good member of our community and lived here. But I cannot, I have to draw the line somewhere. And for me, I'm willing to not take action tonight, apology accepted for my point, and hold off for now. I would like to ask, do you desire to continue to serve on the board? And that's my final statement, Council.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you.
I believe I bring that passion to the board. I was very surprised about the board members who showed up tonight. I had no idea about that. And ladies, thank you very much. Let me say this.
If we're going to talk, okay, we just need you on the record.
Whatever decision you guys make, Sorry. Thought I spoke loud enough. I had no idea other board members would be here tonight. Ladies, I appreciate your support. I appreciate the passion that I bring to our board. Whatever decision council makes tonight, ladies, do not tear the board apart and resign. You guys are valuable to the board. As I said earlier, no board member, no council member, no city manager is bigger than Cape Canaveral. But you guys, generic term from New Jersey, you ladies are an integral part to help the director and assistant director on the Cultural and Leisure Arts Board. I thank you for your support. Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you, sir, for saying that I'm a passionate person and a good person in the city of Cape Canaveral. Thank you for those comments. I appreciate that. I'll take what you guys have. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I have no further comments. I think a resolution would be needed if that's what council wants to do. I think at this hour, we have to make a decision.
Since this has my name on it, I want to wrap it up if you don't mind.
Yes.
So, Mr. Prevel, just like the mayor said, you absolutely have passion for your board and everything with physical fitness, the kids programs, and everything else. But I want you I would like to request that you look at paragraph I, because there is a code of conduct that everyone signs that's on any of our boards. And those things have to be followed, and I'm just going to read the first line of it, okay? I will promote constructive relations in a positive climate with all the members of the City Council, city employees, city attorney, city contractors, and consultants consistent with my role as a board or committee member as a means to enhance the productivity and morale of the city. And I know you got passionate, but that doesn't promote the morale. So it makes it really hard. So, but I'm gonna say this. I'm willing to give grace too. But if I was someone, if I was someone going forward, after this I wouldn't, because we all have to get up here and treat each other respectfully. So I'm willing to give grace. He's discussed it. I appreciate you apologizing, and I certainly know getting passionate about things. And so I'm willing to do that as well.
Thank you. I see a hand raised. Yes, please come forward, Ms. Davis. Thank you.
Kim Davis. I'm surprised that I'm up here to say to you, but when I was on council, I was treated terribly. I was told my vote didn't matter one time. I told to go home and sleep. I have been treated terribly. And now you're saying that he's terrible? Well, you need to understand your actions. And that's what I want to say. You're not perfect. I wasn't perfect, but how you treated me is terrible. So I just want you to understand what I feel. And everybody in the city knows how I was treated on the dais. And I just want to say that.
Thank you. All right, Council. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, I think you're finished.
I'm finished. I'm not going to make a motion to remove Chair Prevel, personally. An apology is I'm going to say this, an apology and awareness, because I sign an oath to make sure these things are followed. So I don't want to be in any time that I'm up here sitting in the position to have to judge someone like this again. It's the most horrible thing in the world. Like I said, you and I had lunch and I had such a good time sitting there with you. I don't want to have to be in that spot. So if, with the apology and the promise, and please go back and read what you signed so you know what's in there, because you're a smart man and you know your business with the Parks and Culture and Leisure Service Board, and I know you'll be able to discharge those duties, just like I have to. Like I said, I have a case where I had to let everything go on my rights, but that's just the way it is. So I'm willing to just, let's move on with the next agenda item. And
All right. Do we have any opposed to that? So I'll take that as consensus.
Not
Thank
at
you
all.
again for all your comments, and thank you again, Mr. Purvell. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, I will tell you that banana pudding is at Southern Charm.
I still haven't gotten any. I'm still waiting for them to make it. You let me know if they do.
Okay, we are now. Thank you. All right, we got one public hearing item tonight. We are on item 9.6. This is first reading and public hearing. Ordinance 05-2026 Solid Waste Management Reserve Fund. Council, let's try to get through this unless our city manager objects and doesn't think that's a good idea. And I would encourage, if you're comfortable, if you need to get up, I know it's late, use the restroom, whatever, let's try to keep the meeting rolling. I might have to get up here in 5 minutes or so, Mayor Pro Tem, giving you a heads up, but let's see how much we can get done here. So this is an ordinance. City Attorney?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I have a PowerPoint related to this ordinance, but I'm going to read the ordinance in for first reading first. So this is an ordinance of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending Chapter 62, establishing a solid waste management reserve fund and the terms and conditions thereof, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date. So this is first reading and is also a public hearing item. I'd ask the city clerk to please put up the PowerPoint presentation so we can go through what this ordinance does and why it does what it proposes to do. I got to get the clicker. I just did, by title. So I'll try to make this very quick since we're 20 at 10. So the purpose of this ordinance, this involves the restructuring of a potential revenue source. So the purpose is to establish a committed solid waste management reserve fund and a full cost rate policy. So the city's solid waste program is financially sustainable, transparent, and resilient. So this proposed ordinance creates a dedicated reserve called the Solid Waste Reserve Fund that, the monies collected for the reserve is committed solely to solid waste management purposes, and I will talk about that in a second. And it uses a full cost pricing methodology. The rates that would be designed to recover direct and indirect solid waste program costs. And then this would preserve council's control. Council would authorize expenditures and may adjust or suspend the reserve component by resolution. It is a committed reserve fund, and under Gatsby and GFOA policies, a committed reserve fund is created by the highest decision-making body in the agency, which is the council, and it's only that body that is authorized to expend those funds. So why do this? Is because Florida law establishes a full cost accounting for solid waste services. And solid waste services, maybe a lot of people don't realize, is far more than what the solid waste contractor charges the city and charges the customer. Solid waste service program can include an entire array of services in the city solid waste service program. Based on my discussions with the finance director, the city simply passes through the contract rate imposed by Waste Pro on the customer. There's no additional fee imposed on the customer. That pass-through rate goes on a COCO utility bill, and it's billed the customer. The city of COCO charges a fee to process those bills, and the city skims its 6% franchise fee on the revenue charged to the customer. It is a pass-through financial situation, and frankly, the city's general fund is subsidizing the solid waste management program. All of the expenditures that the city incurs to manage the solid waste contract, all of the billing charges, all of that is not being covered by the revenue generated from the customers. And so you got a subsidization issue going on is my general understanding. So why the ordinance would be needed? The current as I mentioned, current solid waste rates should account for the full cost of services, not merely contract or pass-through charges. Florida law requires an annual full cost determination and user notification of solid waste management, and the reserve provides a planned source of emergencies, cost spikes, transition costs, capital needs, if the city were to impose a reserve fund component on its solid waste rate. And the committed reserve improves the budget transparency because it's going to be in a committed fund, and it reduces the pressure on the general fund. So it's a full cost model. It could provide rate stability in the future as well, and involves like service continuity. For example, what's under the full cost accounting, what solid waste charges are appropriate is something that occurs in an emergency involving storms. Right? The city will most likely have to incur a significant amount of upfront money to pay for debris removal in an emergency. That's a solid waste service, clearly. And the city has no dedicated reserve fund to handle that type of an emergency. Yes, the city has an unassigned reserve fund historically, but it's an intermingling of all funds. It's not a dedicated source to deal with emergencies like hurricane debris removal. The proposed ordinance proposes an effective date of October 1, 2026, and as I mentioned, it establishes a committed reserve fund known as the Solid Waste Management Reserve Fund. The sole purpose of the fund is maintained as part of the city's solid waste management program and used solely for authorized solid waste management purposes. And there's an accounting commitment. The monies may be materially broadened but modified or removed only by subsequent ordinance consistent with law and generally accepted accounting principles. The ordinance lays out what specifically this revenue, if it's put in the reserve fund, can be used for. The full cost rate model, that's a requirement under Florida law, under section 403.7049 Florida statutes. And as I mentioned, yes, contractor costs are part of full cost accounting. In Cape Canaveral situation, it's basically one of the only line items because you just pass that through and don't collect any other revenue related to solid waste management program, except for millage rate ad valorem taxes that you may use for those needs in in any given time. So it also includes disposal and processing. landfill processing fuel supplemental services, as I mentioned, including emergency debris removal and related costs. Those are all fair costs for a solid waste management program. It would include also all administration, billing, accounting, legal, and compliance costs, and also will cover capital and other like reserves. They would include equipment, facilities, contingencies, operating, and the operating reserve for the solid waste management program. So how do you go about setting this up? One, you adopt the ordinance. Then you need a revenue source. So the reserve component, as proposed in this ordinance, is that the approved solid waste rate schedule, which currently is the rates that are being charged by Waste Pro, must include a reserve component of not less than 10% of the applicable residential and non-residential solid waste rates and charges, unless council approves a different percentage or rate by resolution. So there's a 10% solid waste reserve fund component to the rate that the customers will pay. So when that component gets added to the rate, it would get billed through the City of Cocoa's utility bill, and the customer would pay the rate that the contractor charges plus 10%. 10% is a number that I didn't take out of the air. It's if you recall, 10%, and we talked about it at one of the other budget meetings, is the 10% charge that the city imposes on the public service tax for other utilities. Okay, you cannot impose a public service tax on solid waste services, but you can, as part of full cost accounting for solid waste services provided by the city, add a 10% reserve component to the contractor rate. And it's not a tax, it's a rate component dedicated to the city's solid waste management program, and may be separately stated or incorporated into the customer solid waste rate. So it can be either separated again, or it can be just lumped in as the rate. Most communities just lump it in with the rate as one rate. And it's, as I mentioned, it's billed and collected by the City of Cocoa currently. And I mentioned authorized use of funds. Debris removal after hurricanes and other storm events is a big part of that. Establishing reserves for when that day comes. It will come again, and the city will need to expend likely a significant amount of money to deal with that. Yes, FEMA does reimburse that type of cost, but I wouldn't bank on that in the future. Plus, there's a substantial delay to get that reimbursement. And if you don't have the reserves to deal with those types of emergency contingencies, you're going to have to find the money from other sources. So it could also serve as a rate stabilization fund to deal with sudden increases from the contractor that you may not want to pass along immediately to the customers. You can use a solid waste reserve fund to provide some rate stabilization. You can deal with unanticipated expenses, other expenses from the contractor. You can deal with all sorts of solid waste service interruptions or emergency services, supplemental solid waste services that the city provides that you may not even think about today. Perhaps you could use the solid waste reserve fund to pay for those services rather than relying on ad valorem taxes. You can recoup your administrative billing, accounting, legal, regulatory, and compliance costs to the extent that you have them, which you do, for solid waste, providing solid waste services. The 10% or whatever the rate component is on the reserve fund can be used for those purposes and not be subsidized by the general fund. To the extent the city has capital equipment and facilities improvements that are used for solid waste services today that you may not think about, that may be already funded by some other revenue source, you could fund that from a solid waste reserve fund very easily. So, these types of expenditures from the reserve fund, as I mentioned and as stated in the ordinance, would require council authorization through the annual budget, a budget amendment, or other lawful appropriation. It's not going to be money that just gets thrown into the general fund and just poof, goes away. And this would require direct city council action, not only to set the reserve component, to the rate, but also to approve all expenses. So there are some other safeguards and flexibilities built into the ordinance. The council, the 10% would be the minimum. The council may reduce or suspend the solid waste component at any time by resolution, and it could be temporary suspension. If the fund reaches an adequate level, in the opinion of the city council, and the program, and this council deems it's in the public interest. Like, for example, I think my understanding, and Joey could correct me if I'm wrong, I think the city currently charges, all total, the Waste Pro charges are about $2 million a year annually. So if the city were to establish a 10% reserve component effective October 1 of this year, that 10% component would be added to the customer rates. By the end of the year, if you didn't have to dip into it, you would have established at that point about $200,000 into the solid waste reserve fund. And if over time that fund gets built to a certain level that you believe is adequate to deal with solid waste reserve issues, then the council could temporarily suspend the reserve charge and then reinstitute it to the extent necessary if the fund is drawn down. So the existing funds remain protected because they are a reserve component under solid waste services, and the commitment can be changed only by ordinance. Can't be changed administratively by the manager, the finance director. The ordinance sets forth the parameters of expenditure from that fund. So I guess the decision point for the council is whether or not you want to move forward with this particular ordinance. It is definitely a strategic revenue opportunity that the city currently doesn't have. It serves a variety of purposes. It dedicates a reserve fund for solid waste management. It's a full cost rate model, which the city should already have already based on Florida law. There's a minimum 10% reserve component that's being proposed to the customer unless changed by council resolution, and the council controls all the expenditures. So the requested action, to the extent the council thinks that this is good policy, is to approve first reading and authorize advertisement and second reading and public hearing at the next meeting. So that's it very quickly. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Take a sip of water. That was impressive.
Trying to get it in before 10.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Thank you very much. It reminds me of that time we did those wave of ordinances on the administrative land use changes. God, that was brutal.
Right.
Remember that?
Rapid fire.
Let's extend, if we want.
Can you just say an hour?
I'm okay with saying it, but I don't think any of us want to do it. It'll have a net savings, yes, of time.
So we don't need a vote on that, do we?
Oh yeah, we just anyone can leave at any point, I believe, or make a motion to adjourn if we want to formally end the meeting. But I think, do we have consensus to extend an hour so we're not going back and forth extending?
Yes, I think we owe it to Mr. Berger.
Oh, absolutely. All in favor, say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none, we'll extend it for an hour, which would technically take us, according to that clock, to 10:56 p.m. Okay. Hopefully we don't see that. So, City Attorney, thank you again. Any closing comments after that presentation?
No, sir.
All right, Council. My initial, Joey, would go under the committed reserve, which fits into the unrestricted reserve, which this balance, if it did go to 200,000, would support the 16.7, right?
No, this would be committed and would not go towards the unrestricted or unassigned fund balance that we currently have for the city. So this would not be related to our unassigned.
Right. I'm talking about the unrestricted, because isn't it committed, assigned plus unassigned?
Yes, in that case, yes.
And so, I mean, hey, in a year, 200,000, 10 years, 2 million, and the fact that it would take a council vote because it's committed, right? If it got to a point, we could, by vote, move that money over and say, we got enough here, we need whatever that amount is. I love it. I think it's really smart. Cape Canaveral's got that big unassigned, right, which doesn't care anything about this. It's an aggressive policy. But from where we are today, this is a great path, from what I understand. That's all my comments.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
Maybe I missed this, but once that is in reserve, it cannot be utilized without council?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so that's what I wanted to know.
And I wish we could get to more of this. I'm not sure. We have one of the council members who sat and contemplated the brilliance of formalizing the reserves, Dr. Roberts, but to think, we talked about hurricanes, all the uses, administrative, all that, this can help with that. And it's like, do we still need a 20% unassigned as well? Well, I think it'd be a really good idea, but that's it. Sorry.
For me, Mr. Mayor, I'm in favor of the more that we can get out of the general fund and keep in its own bucket. This does this, although it's in enterprise, same concept, gives us a reserve spot for it, a spot where it'll be in its own fund. It'll have an assigned purpose. It'll be, it's committed for whatever, but it can be used for different things with council vote. Is that correct? Am I correct on that part?
Well, the different things are defined in the ordinance,
Right.
and they're all related to solid waste.
But
because under Florida law, it recognizes that when you establish your city solid waste program, it's not only direct costs, but it's also indirect costs related to solid waste services provided to the city. It's broadly defined, and this ordinance broadly defines what those costs can be.
Okay, so let's say we had it in there for a certain length of time, and it's only can be used for solid waste. So, and we don't have any storms for any of this amount of time, and we're pretty good. And it starts building. We can suspend it when it's at a good enough amount, and then we can't do anything with that, but it's there in case we had a storm and was dealing with some kind of solid waste issue. So it's literally committed to that only.
Yes.
Okay. And see, I'm in favor of that. I think that's good business, is to have your money in those pots that can't be touched. I think it gives our staff security that are working with that, just like I was asking earlier. Do we have the money for that? Now, I had a feeling, since it was enterprise and we're looking at stormwater, that we're good on that. We've been good on that. But it gives us those buckets where things are not commingled. Like I said, I really still want to see a hurricane fund, because the auditor said that one you can spend it for anything if you need it, but it has to be a vote of council. So I want to check with the new auditors. I would love to be able to find out from our new auditors what their take is on that, because then you could take things out of the general fund, put your 16.7% into that fund, and it would take council voting. And that way you couldn't accidentally overspend.
Yeah, I think we'd have to make it a committed. We'd
Yeah.
a committed, a separate committed for those uses.
But I think those kinds of things are smart, because no one balances their home budget with everything all in one spot. That just doesn't make sense. So it makes sense to have these. So I'm in favor of this, and appreciate you, city attorney and city manager, for working so diligently on this, bringing this to us, because to me, this is exactly the kinds of things we need to have in place to ensure we don't have problems going ahead in the future with things. And we're, like we said tonight, we're all human and can make a mistake. But when you have your money in buckets that can't be touched, that are signed for certain things, and they're not flowing back and forth, it makes it so much more secure. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
It's great. Any comments, council? Anything else? What do we need to do, city attorney or city manager? Do we need directions, or was that the extent of it?
Yeah, you just need public comment, because this is a public hearing item.
Oh,
that the ordinance has been read in.
I got it.
And, you need a motion
Yes.
To approve on first reading.
So, Council, before going to the public, I think we've established no questions. This is, thank you, City Attorney, a public hearing item. The ordinance number 05-2026, Solid Waste Management Reserve Fund. This is item 9.6. I don't have any cards, but if anyone would like to speak on the first reading of this fund, please come forward now.
One of the things that happens with the condos in particular, I guess, is, and even the single-family residence, is planning for the coming year budget. So if I'm hearing you correctly, if we move forward, I would just ask that there be sort of a community educational opportunity to express the fact that this will be additional charges, if I hear it correctly. The 10%, I guess, would be additional to the budget that the condos and the single-family owners would have to be planning for the coming year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that would be added on to the, and I'm just going to call it what it is, the trash portion of their water bill, correct?
Correct.
So I think that's a very good idea that Dr. Roberts just said, so that we have some outreach so people know what they're to expect.
This is a public hearing item. Are there any other public comments? So please come forward.
Daniel Kuhn. I think it's a good idea. You know, I mean, we need a reserve fund there, but I do take exception to this council, or at least this item being presented as if it comes out of this pocket of my pants, it's a tax. If it comes out of this pocket of my pants, it's not a tax. Are you guys raising our taxes or not raising our taxes? This is 10% more that comes out of one of my pockets.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing item, bring it back to council. Council, we've heard from the public, we've heard city attorney run it over. If there's not any comments, I believe an motion would be appropriate. This is the first reading. We will have one more on September 15th. That's the goal, at least, which I think so.
Make a motion to approve ordinance 05-2026, establishing a solid waste management reserve fund.
I'll second that motion.
Got a motion by Councilmember Shoryak and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
I think our finance director would like to say something.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh my God. Absolutely.
I just wanted to confirm the financial impact of this. It would be in the general fund. The solid waste is in our general fund. So this would be, as the mayor said, committed reserve in the general fund, which, as the GFOA, the committed goes under the unrestricted portion. So just wanted to confirm that, reiterate that.
That's excellent. Yeah, I think that makes sense. That's not enterprise.
Not enterprise.
Now, this ordinance, maybe I should have clarified that. Florida law encourages municipalities and counties to establish a solid waste enterprise fund. This ordinance does not establish solid waste as an enterprise fund for the city. This just establishes a solid waste reserve fund, which is, the mayor indicated and Deputy Mayor Jackson, it is a committed reserve under the broad definition of unrestricted reserve funds, right? From an accounting standpoint.
Yes, committed under unrestricted. Yes.
So that accounting.
Yes.
Assigned, committed, unassigned
Correct.
is unrestricted.
Yes.
See? The auditors will count this if we got 100,000 towards that
They'll audit
unrestricted.
it and report on it
Yes.
as well. So you will see that as a separate, as an audited fund balance.
I love it. We got one more reading. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, item 9.6, ordinance 05-2026, Adopted 5-0. That ends our public hearings. We now have a quasi-judicial public hearing, item 9.7, and I do have a card on this. This is the site plan application, 8580 North Atlantic Avenue, petitioner AB Enterprises LLC, Mr. Arthur Berger, representing property owner Ask Safety, Inc. This is a motion to consider the approval of a regular site plan application in accordance with Section 110-221B of the City Code for an additional commercial building to be utilized for the life safety training at 8580 North Atlantic Avenue, tax parcel ID 24371451-315. Okay. City attorney or city manager?
I'm going to defer to our senior planner, Connor Ford.
All right, thank you guys. So this agenda item is the first regular site plan that council will review. You've looked at RPUDs and development agreements, but this is as a result of that council requested site plan ordinance from last year. We've significantly improved site plan submittals and presentation compared to where things were when I began with the city. This staff report reflects our dedication, but multiple consolidations in our department have pushed us to capacity, forcing leaders like Zach to double their already high workloads just to keep us afloat. So I know this is off topic, but I recognize the fiscal challenges, but running a skeleton crew without benefits will mean losing the top talent like Zach and Renee. I hope you're able to provide the support needed to retain our team. With that in mind, I'd like to direct your attention to tonight's staff report. As the mayor alluded to, this is for a regular site plan application for an additional commercial building at Ask Life Safety. It's an already existing cruise safety business. The recommendation from staff was that this was approved without any conditions, made it through the full staff approval, and I'd direct you to the memo for full details on criteria that are to be used when approving or denying a site plan. That was a little bit farther down in the packet, but was that black and white memo. It gives a lot of context on the project, like zoning, if there were any development agreements or liens, the zoning of the properties nearby, context on the application requested, and specifically what sections of code are being utilized. It was properly noticed, but within the middle of that section is a table that has the criteria, and that's what's really important as a quasi-judicial hearing, is that you guys consider it based off of criteria rather than a legislative affair. So it's things like whether the site plan is in compliance with density, height, scale, intensity, hours of operation, and the applicant provided us all of those things for size and shape of the site, for adverse impact on the local economy, the natural environment, historic, scenic, cultural resources, stormwater, which is always an important consideration. It's important to note that this is not adversely impacting any sort of stormwater, as it is being built on something that is already paved and therefore impervious. So he is not adding any impervious area. It's just infill on an already existing site. But it's no additional ingress or egress required. It still complies with parking, and even at that, the business model is that they bring in folks through a bus from Port Canaveral. So it's very rare that there will be additional traffic, and this additional building will really not make a difference in terms of congestion on the roadways. And the applicant provided, an agreement to have a planter box for providing some plants nearby. The building is shielded by the fact that it is only 1 story, whereas the already existing building is 2 stories. It has the same architectural character as that already existing building, so it'll just be an extension of the already existing use. So not much of a zoning consideration, as the current zoning on that property is completely valid. So if you have any questions for us about this application, we are all here for you, myself and my director, Zach, but I know that Mr. Berger is also here, so I believe he might want to say something as well.
Council, could I just add, thank you, Connor, that this went through the Planning and Zoning Board on August 12th and was passed as written, so to you guys. And that this facility is somewhat unique and has a very critical purpose for the local economy. It helps support life safety training as related to marine assets at Port Canaveral. So how to egress from lifeboats, how to properly jump and swim into water, rescue training. So very cool use. And I do suggest you hear from Mr. Berger. He has patiently waited for over 4 hours. Thank you so much for being here still, Mr. Berger.
Yes, thank you. As Mr. Berger's coming up, thank you very much. That was very helpful. Recognize this is quasi-judicial, and we'll apply that section 110.2223. This breakdown is very, very helpful. The applicant, this is the card. Mr. Berger, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys working so much. Today's been very, very informative and extremely educational too. I've learned more than just the nuts and bolts. But beyond that, the project here, as Zach said, is for the marine industry, but not anymore. I just learned this today, in fact, this last month. The police department's been over there training. And I think your helicopter squad came over there and trained on getting in and out of the water. And the fire department's been there training too. So it's a training school, and we would like to be back. We're probably going to keep on expanding it if we can.
City Attorney, do we have any questions for Mr. Berger?
No.
Okay.
None at all.
Council, any questions?
Yeah, I do. Mr. Berger, what was that building prior to a training facility?
I was asked that at Planning and Zoning. It was a bar that got its fame. Willie Nelson played there and had an auditorium upstairs. And it was back in the 60s during the Apollo days, because everybody worked shifts. We had, I think it was 4% of our gross national product was spent on the aerospace. And at that time, people drank and smoked, and you couldn't get in the building, and the bar stayed open 24 hours a day and had a drive-through.
It was called the Straw Hat, wasn't it? Is that what it was called? The Straw Hat.
Not one window in that building.
No, we put them all in.
That was intense.
No, there was a window. That was the drive-through where you got your drink and could take it.
You walked into that place.
Yeah.
Straw Hat Club, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Seems like a step in the right direction. Thank you. All right, that is closing the really cool project.
Yes, I mean,
Public hearing.
I live down the street from there, down on Ridgewood, but I go by there a lot, which all of us do. And the parking lot is there. When you had built the pool, we were all like, what's happening there, I'm appreciative to hear that some of our people that may save me is going to be trained there too, because I don't go on too many cruises or anywhere really anymore. So, but I think it looks great, and with the existing pavement and everything, we've already got the lot coverage to know what it's going to do during rains. So, I'm good with it.
It does great work in your property. You're on A1A by the post office, all the improvements and investments you've made there. So thank you for your efforts to continue to invest in the community. This is a public hearing. I guess the applicant obviously came forward. City Attorney, I should open up to anyone from the public as well who'd like to speak. Would anyone who's with us tonight like to speak on this public hearing item for site plan application as we've been discussing?
Just your comments about the history of the building made me think of the city's opportunity to designate historical sites and maybe a little history of our different buildings that are still there. So that was what I thought that was an interesting observation about the history. And maybe there's a way that we could have documenting some of our historical buildings throughout the city. That's what was generated. Thank you. And I wanted to compliment Mr. Berger because he is an outstanding business leader and has been advanced with progressive practices for our city for many, many, many years with mixed-use development and really very progressive thoughts for our city.
It is. Any other public comments on the site plan application?
Other than it has my initials, the ASK.
Oh, that is
Every time I
true.
go by there, it's like, there's my building.
I know, and I got waste management. bad.
It feels like after 10, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh, my
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close it, bring it back. That's great. Councilmember Willis.
This is not going to be redeeming, but I think if we wanted to make it a historic site, Mr. Berger would need to put a drive-through window in.
With Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain plan?
Yeah.
This is a one reading type deal, Connor? Is that right? Thank you.
Yes, yeah, all regular site plans will just be planning and zoning board recommendation and city council, one reading, and then the site plan is approved.
Very well documented, easy to follow. We've done some quasi judicial in the past, and this is a very helpful and organized format to understand it. So thank you. I don't have any questions. The council,
I have one more question.
please, Member Tim.
So, Mr. Collin, and I'm asking you this because we changed this process and I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing, right?
Definitely.
Okay, because we streamline this.
Mhm.
So are there any things identified within the design on the site plans themselves that pose any kind of issue that you're aware of?
No, in some instances, we might recommend that a site plan get approved with conditions, but this one is being approved with, or recommended for approval with no conditions, meaning that staff finds absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to know because I've been through those with conditions and I wanted to make sure. So thank you so much for that clarification.
Question.
Connor, I'd like to commend you and the staff for all the information that was put in here. That was very helpful, very thorough, and very well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it began with our city attorney and putting together strong application requirements, and now staff has taken it and run with it. And thank you to Mr. Berger for providing a lot of the information.
All righty, that's great. The memo specifically is what I would, it's all valuable, but that was different. That applied the code, so excellent to echo and specify some of the things that stood out. Okay, council, if we're ready, just need a motion.
Make a motion to approve the regular site plan application for an additional commercial building at 8580 North Atlantic Avenue.
Seconded.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King on item 9.7, site plan application for 8580 North Atlantic Avenue. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, item 9.7, site plan application for the stated property is approved 5-0. Thank you again, Mr. Berger. Looking forward to see that project advance. Okay,
And
that was
thank you, Colin.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
From our last meeting.
It's the end of the quasi-judicial public hearing, end of all public hearings. I recognize that we absolutely, in the beginning of this meeting, wanted to add on 9.6 with the items from the recommended by the city manager. We did not do that, and I think because it fit with that topic, probably would have been better to put it as an item for discussion anyways. With that being said, if we want to maybe just touch base what we're going to do with that, we did, I guess, skip over that. I know we don't see it, but I think we have to treat it as if it was. Either way, council, do we want to just go to item 10 and then maybe come back up if we need to address any of those items? I think that's a good idea.
Item 10 will be very quick,
Yeah.
Mayor, unless you need to discuss it further.
Okay, let's do that. I just wanted to, does that make sense what I said? Yeah, okay. All right, well, city manager, if that's okay with you, item for 10, wastewater rate review fiscal year 26-27. annual wastewater rate review. I will be right back, handing the gavel over. Please proceed. Thank you.
Well, to cut to the chase, we're recommending that the council take no action and allow the fiscal year 26-27 wastewater rates to automatically become effective on October 1st of 2026 pursuant to the 5-year rate schedule previously approved by the City Council. By taking no action, the wastewater rate will increase 2.5% for fiscal year 26-27. And this is just a reminder, this rate was approved 5 years ago. This is the 5th year of the 5-year sewer rate charges, the study that was done. And we're going to be proceeding with another study for the next 5 years, and that will be funded out of our enterprise accounts.
Okay, so were you completed with that?
I am. We have our wastewater director here to answer any questions. Costs for treating our wastewater do go up, and chemicals and all other affiliated costs.
I think that's a good thing to take a look at, because when we're looking at the chart down here for table 6 with the rate adjustments and user rates, you know, we had an adjustment of 10% in 2023's budget. That's pretty high. So I wanted to talk about that adjustment and what it looks like. It's lower now, way lower at 2.50%. So, Miss Assistant City Manager Clark and
I did steal Joey's thunder a little bit on this item since he submitted it, so he may have some comments before you proceed.
Okay.
Joey?
Do you have some comments on that, Joey?
No, nothing else.
Okay, because I'm just looking at the percentages there. We're looking at monthly bills and user rates. And the thing that I see is we've got adjustments and things like that that have some spikes and that kind of thing. But when you go back and look at the table 7 with operating revenue sufficiency with the proposed rates, I mean, that's pretty flat. I mean, over that course of time, going from 4.728 million to in 2022-23 to 5.8 all the way in 2026-27. That's not that much of an increase over that period of time. So how do those two interrelate to each other? June?
I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Okay, I'm looking on page.
It's the typical monthly bill, it's colored, I think.
No, that's not, it's the one, I'm looking at the table 7, okay, right there. So you see the user rates, and you see in 2022, 2023, we were looking at, you know, roughly 4.7 million. And the increases there are really not that much, you know, over that period of time, considering some of the increases we've seen in other funds or other expenses. But then I see over here that wastewater adjustment, what is that adjustment for? Because that percentage, we had a 10% spike in 2022, 2023, and that's over in table 6.
Are you talking about 10%, 7.5, 5%, 5%, and 2.5? You're asking why they were down so low, like for this year? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking on that, okay, I know what these are, okay, in table 7.
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't a huge increase on the amount of on the user rates, right? So user rates were pretty steady and just, you know, gradually increased. So when I go over and look at table 6,
mm-hmm.
and it says wastewater and adjustment, see how we went from 10% on our adjustment for 2022, 2023, down to 2.50 now? What is that adjustment
The adjustments for what we actually pay at wastewater, and it's a lot more than 2.5, I'll let you know that. But that's what the study came up with. You remember in COVID, things went up 200%. I mean, chemicals went from 100,000 to now 500,000 a year.
Okay, so.
That's not 2.5, that's not 10%.
Okay. So,
you could do
so
calculations on
2026, 2027 would be way more than 2.50%.
In my eyes, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. So, and this adjustment is the cost for.
Overall, this is for overall wastewater, how much they predicted that it would go up.
Okay.
2.5.
Okay.
That's why we're doing another study.
Okay. And the 10% that we see during that 2022-2023 period is due to COVID.
Oh, yeah, actually, it went through the roof.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, we played tourist bingo. You know, what state are they coming from where they can't, they're having to stay home? We had so many people that came here to get a little bit of relief and be in the sunshine, So I can believe that. It was really a busy time. Okay, so that's overall wastewater costs in those adjustment columns, and you're thinking that the 2.50 is probably pretty low. That's not in your mind, actual. And then the customer charge per bill, okay, I'm seeing that, that's good. And then the user rates were not really, that's not some big jump over that long of a period of time. It's kind of a gradual increase. Okay. All right, those were the questions I had. I just wanted to get those two in my mind, what those mean. The rest of them I pretty much can read and understand, but I was like, okay. Under other revenue, before I give it over to someone else, under other revenue, what would the other revenue be?
That would be Joey. I don't know what the other.
Joey, what's the other revenue?
Yeah, where are you seeing the other revenue?
In table 7.
Second line down. On attachment 1.
I do not know off the top of my head, but I can speak to in general. The whole study was increase over 5 years by and increase the rate each year by 10%, 7.5%, 5%, 5%, 2.5%. So the whole idea was to increase the rates at a declining increase over the next 5 years. So that may, but I do not specifically know what that other revenue would refer to.
Okay, so Joey, when you're talking about that and the increase, are you talking about at the 2.5, or are you talking about in table 6?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and
so that's the study's suggested percentage then.
That is correct.
Other revenue might be these one-off charges that commercial or in condos or residents potentially get charged.
It might be, but one thing I do want to bring up on is, if you look down at reclaim, the reclaim price has stayed the same over the 5 years. So any increase on that came out of wastewater funds. So people who don't have reclaim, they pay for people who do have reclaim, because those prices will never raise. So anything that was raised on reclaim stayed the same. So it came out of the wastewater fund, which reclaim comes out of, but it usually comes up where you go up at least 10% a year. But that hasn't happened. That's been stayed the same. So that's going to be looked at in the rate study.
Okay.
I can add, it could be utility penalty income. We do expect some penalties to be paid for not paying on time.
Connection fees.
Connection fees, other miscellaneous fees in the wastewater fund. And I would like to add too, during the budget process for the wastewater budget, we did start out the year with $1 million more expenses than revenues. So we did have to push out some capital projects. So the increase of the 2.5% that is included in this rate study from 5 years ago would help, and ideally, the city would like even a higher increase, but I'm just trying to portray the point that the wastewater fund could definitely use higher rates going forward.
And that would also stop us from getting loans for things. We'd be able to have a little bit of a savings in wastewater. So when we need a bar screen, we don't have to take a loan out and pay the interest on it.
And if we do get a loan, we would have a better probably interest rate if it was needed, right? To your,
If it is needed, but I mean, in my eyes, I think we should have some kind of a fund. We should be able to take a bar screen out of the wastewater fund. We shouldn't have to take a loan out for a bar screen.
I guess just having a reserve helps your bond rating, right? Isn't that one of the reasons that if you need, I'm with our director, being able to pay for stuff is ideal, but. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate the concept June is getting at is it's better to be able to afford projects and expenses ourselves than have to borrow money for it. So higher rates would give us more ability to pay for things on our own versus looking outside.
This might have been stated, the recommendation is to take no action and allow for the fiscal year 26-27 wastewater rates to automatically become effective.
That's correct. You already approved this 5 years ago. It's more or less a reminder to what you already did. And just to take no action means to let it increase on its own.
And I think that's what we ended up doing, right? We said, well, it'll go, but we did want to bring it forward. Thank y'all for doing that. Council, I think if we take no action, it's going to go up. So do we have a desire to take any action and change what is scheduled to happen as projected?
I'm curious about something, and I wasn't on council when y'all did this. So some people may know that. When I'm looking at that graph 5, the typical monthly bill, we've got a single-family home that started in 2022 with $58 typical monthly bill, and it has increased to, and not by much, but maybe $10, $11, actually $13 to this point. But look at the multifamily and see how it's remained flat and low. It's got
$1. Oh, well. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's it started at $36 and has only gone to $44. So why would we do that for that type of environment, be so high on single-family homes in comparison, and then meanwhile, commercial is not that much higher than the single-family home? So I don't understand the logic of why this was done that way. Do y'all remember?
I think it's less water use because a lot of the multifamily could be seasonal, could be vacant, which multifamily, they could be condo complex where we have a lot of snowbirds. So, 6 months out of the year, nobody's in there.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Councilman Borlis, thank you. Except for when you start looking back at 2022, except for that was during COVID, so they would have been packed in there that year.
Yeah, and the answer to that question is that wastewater is based on your water use. We don't have meters on wastewater. So it would be exactly what you said. It would be water use.
Okay. So that makes me still wonder why multifamily in 2022 would have been so low in 2023, because I know for a fact during that COVID period, our rental season was 12 months a year, every day of the month. It was crazy. And so how could that be lower, like that? I was curious. And it's Councilmember Willis, yours makes total sense, like right now as we've gotten back to our regular periods as far as travel, because our busy months are January, February, March, right before Christmas, from January, February, March, about mid-April, and then we're not full the rest of the time. So it makes total sense to me on that, but I just don't see how it, but that's fine, but boy, commercials up there higher, so, but it didn't even increase that much, so, okay, thank you, that makes sense to me.
I mean, I could be reading this wrong, though. When I look at the rate schedule for sewer, single family, for example, has a readiness to serve charge per ERU, which will be $25.62 this year, and then has a user rate per 1,000 gallons, single family, at $8.37. On sewer for multifamily buildings, it's a flat rate, and it's going to be $43.89 per residential unit. At least the fee schedule that I'm looking at. So it's a little bit, multifamily seems to be billed at a flat rate per residential unit. Single family has a two-tier component, a readiness to serve, and then a usage charge. I don't know if that has anything to do with this bar graph.
And see that, and that doesn't make sense to me, because I know complexes that do rentals, they're not doing them right. The people aren't following the law, but they've got people in and out. And so that setting it so low for a multi-use or having a flat rate.
Per unit. So if it's
Oh, it's per unit.
Per unit.
Yeah.
So if it's 10 units, it's $43.89 a unit.
So it's actually higher. Okay, that's what I needed to know.
Well, our condo building has one water meter. And we have 12 units, and half of them are empty half the year. So our water bill's way low.
And see.
Sewer.
Yeah, sewer.
And it also might have been they were trying to bring other ones based on averages up, and they needed to bring it up a little slower. Maybe that was a little more normal or comparative to what rate should be. I don't know. I'm just guessing. And they had to stagger the other one higher.
I mean, that's something you can look at for the next rate study with the rate consultant.
And it's not out of line on the increase as far as I'm concerned, even though it looks a little strange on that bar chart.
I just heard sewer, and there was an R on the end. And Anthony, I've never heard that. It's usually sewer.
Sewer.
I was like, who was that?
Yeah, sewer.
I'm like,
Sewer
sewer.
charge.
He put a. Like,
Sewer.
that was. That's good.
Excellent.
I love it.
Time. We're getting there.
Yes.
Do we have to extend another hour?
I think we can get this one behind us before, but agreed. Council, is there any,
Yeah, no.
No
any more
action from
concerns?
me.
If we don't have to do anything. The motion would only be to take action in the event we wanted to change it. So is there any desire to change anything? Nope. Okay, I'll take that as, Mayor Pro Tem, check with you.
Nope, I don't need to change anything.
Good deal. All right, no action is taken, and with that, that takes us, that's the only item for discussion we have. Let's do something with those items that we unfortunately didn't get through that we tried to put in 9.6 from the workshop. City Manager, do you have any thoughts on this?
I do. The remaining items, we can defer the 2026-007 chapter discussion for a later time. The biggest one is the fire assessment, and I'll make a proposal to you in a moment. The paid parking and the interfund loan were on there just to get some direction. Do you want me to bring the paid parking back We're having trouble contacting the vendor that we had here before. Honestly, not sure if he's not interested in doing business with the city of Cape Canaveral at this point, since we've not heard back from him and we've tried for about 2 weeks. That's not to say that we can't continue, and also not to say that we can't look at another paid parking vendor, but I need some direction from you on, do you want to discuss it as a, oh, we have this just in?
I'm sorry, this is just in at around 7 o'clock this evening.
Okay.
Sebastian did get back with us. He said
Okay.
he's been traveling in Canada.
Okay.
But we have heard back from him, and he would like to put some times out there.
All right, so we do have dates and times, because that was our goal, was to get some
Not
dates
yet.
and
That's
times.
going to be the next discussion. So my apologies. That came in late.
Thank you, no worries.
You've been
a lot
wanting
of
to
stuff
do
came
that.
in.
This is just, that was good. Sorry, city manager.
I got a few too. So, all right, so we'll bring that back. And the interfund loan, if we bring that back, because I know there was a lot of dialogue tonight, we can bring that back as well. Okay, so tonight, the last topic that we really need some direction on is to authorize the city manager to contract with Raftillis to proceed with a fire assessment study in the amount of $27,193. That money exists right now in our budget because we have really reduced our spending. We can afford this study, yes. And this would be phase one of that study. The other half would be about 17,000, total about 45,000. So we're looking for a motion to authorize me to proceed to contract with Raftillis.
I will make a motion for you all to proceed to contract with Raftillis on the fire assessment fee.
And I will second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, a second by Councilmember King. I actually like this. I do have a question. One more time on those phase one, phase two. I had 27,000, I think.
So I'll get you, go ahead, Anthony.
Yes. So the only commitment right now is the
193.
That's for phase one. That is the work necessary to do all the data gathering and to come up with a report and methodology to propose for the city council.
September.
Right. Starting in September.
Number again, I'm sorry.
27,193.
Okay.
Now, at that point, the council would then consider the study and the methodology, and then you'll decide next year whether to proceed with implementation, and then the implementation would be another expenditure of just north of, I think, 17,000, right, for a total of 45, but there's no commitment to spend the 17,000 unless the city council wants to move forward with implementation. So the only cost right now is the 27,193, and they would commence work in September and hopefully have that report to you by the end of the year, or sometime in January, depending on holidays. And Mr. Burton would be the one to take the lead on that, the one that was the architect on the two-tier methodology that I explained before, and go from there. Now, keep in mind that if the council move forward with implementation, yes, there's an additional amount to implement, but those costs can be recovered through the special assessment as well.
But it's two phases.
Two phases.
Phase two is we don't know.
You don't know?
17,000.
No, the council. It's 17,000.
Oh, okay.
But the council would have to make the decision to move forward with implementation. There's no commitment to move forward with the second part if the council does not want to pursue the fire assessment.
So we'll have an opportunity to review, I guess, the study that's 27,193
Absolutely, yes.
before we commit to the 17.
Yes.
Okay.
And go and have meetings, provide some public education, you name it, before you make any decision to commit to move forward. But you can't even make that decision until you understand what it would potentially look like. And if the council is inclined to move forward with this, then I would also move forward with working with the clerk's office to have that advertisement that I talked about published for 4 consecutive weeks the notice of intent to use the collection method, right? No commitment there, it's just to preserve, it's a placeholder. And I would bring back a resolution explaining all that when you have the public hearing after the notice is published for 4 consecutive weeks. Again, no commitment to move forward with a fire assessment, but it's laying all the groundwork necessary to make a strategic decision on it.
So about 44,000 all in, if we say yes. Next step is to, I mean, we're given direction to draft a contract, or does council have another
I have the
action?
contract, I have the proposal, I mean, I've reviewed it, and the manager is seeking authorization to execute it and expend $27,193. And then we'll move forward. Trying to get this thing teed up for you to make a decision.
Can that contract be distributed? I don't have an issue, your review, but when it's complete, that's something that could be sent to the council?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's where it goes.
Is that okay? Okay, we got a motion, a second, and is there any other further discussion? Yes, please come forward.
I'm going to get as emotional as before, but you said 4-time notification, and I believe that you said earlier through the newspaper. Is it too costly to send it out to every resident that you want to do this? And to put a notification in the newspaper? I don't know, I'm asking. Does that make sense?
How would you suggest sending it out?
Sending out by a letter,
Okay,
notifying.
I understand what you're saying. So you're saying go
Said
beyond
a
the
lot of people
newspaper?
don't read the newspaper.
Oh, I agree. We've talked about this. I think we absolutely have to do that form per state law, right? Newspaper.
Correct.
And
Thank you.
whether or not this council decided to go above and beyond, I think that would be, we'd probably have the right to do that, and I think that's something we'd have to consider.
We have other methods, though, social media, the weekly newsletter.
Yeah.
We're connected in multiple ways.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, just want to make sure since we open it up for one. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and, yes. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right. So 5-0. The direction given to move forward with that. Thank you, City Attorney, City Manager. That's promising. All right, so that
Mayor?
was the only thing, I think. Yes,
Oh, do we need to set the date for the next budget workshop?
that's exactly what I was going to say. Yep. Council, I got to, is there any way, City Clerk, that we have this, or if anyone has the schedule, that council meeting schedule that we have adopted back with the reserve? Thank you. And, okay, so we are,
We'll rake you out.
we got the September 3rd is the first budget hearing. We're at the 18th today. That's we're 15 days, roughly maybe 16, a little over 2 weeks away from the budget hearing. That budget hearing is at 5:30 p.m. First thing I just want to say is, I mean, budget season's tough because we got the extra meetings and the hearings and the workshops, but these long days are hard on us. It's certainly hard on our city staff, and I know tomorrow is rough in the mornings, and we've had a few of these. And yes, we meet long, but we do meet once a month. As we're looking forward, I mean, I think we could all agree this could have been 2 meetings, and maybe we would have got home at a decent time. And so as we're moving forward, let's focus on the next step, I think, get the budget workshop. But those reserve dates, obviously coordinating with staff, we might want to think about, hey, can we do a few hours every 2 weeks as opposed to 6, 8, 10 hours once a month? And we can turn that off whenever we want when we get to a good place, but that's just something to consider. So we've got the reserve date on the 19th, which is not, no, sorry, that's the cutoff. I'm reading the wrong column.
September 3rd?
Yeah, we're at the end of the road here.
There's no reserve date for September because of the first budget hearing is would be your reserve date.
Okay, I can tell you that I leave tomorrow to move my daughter into college dorm, and I am out physically, but I might be able to potentially dial in, but I'll be out till the 19th through the 24th, so just tomorrow through, start school on Monday, so I will remain flexible. Thank you for that. City manager, I think it's important that you have enough time. Is there anything that maybe would work better for you and the administrative schedule to get some date started?
So,
and I'm happy to meet in the day.
Right.
Again, I know in evenings.
So the minimum advertising time that the clerk needs is how many days? 3 days? Okay.
Is it a workshop?
Yeah, so for a workshop.
I think it's
the same. I would recommend, since you're already meeting on the 3rd, that you try to pull this one sometime next week, maybe towards the end of the week, perhaps the 27th.
Could we do it during normal business hours?
We're fine with that, absolutely.
I think we've asked staff to stay late quite a bit, so.
We can, I don't know how much time you think you'll need, but we've started it as early as 12:30 or 1 before, unless you prefer a morning time.
Okay, let's look at the Thursday, the 27th, city manager.
That was first recommendation, yes.
Okay. Council, how does that look?
That looks good for me.
Kind of middle of the day? What time?
Oh, not in the morning.
So 12:30 or 1, that way you give
1
yourself
o'clock.
at least.
I think 1.
1
1
o'clock, yeah.
And then everyone has a very firm dinner appointment. Everyone.
27.
I wish I could stay. No, I like that. Does that work, Mayor Pro Tem?
I have no idea because I'm waiting to hear back on a scheduled event that I have to do that's on a time constraint that I have no flexibility with.
Okay. And so let's, Councilmember Shoryak?
I'm good with the 27th, anytime.
And I think I heard you, Councilmember King.
Yep, 27th at 1 p.m. I've got it written down.
Councilmember Willis, did I hear you too? Is that okay? Okay, so to be determined by Mayor Pro Tem. Let's pick one more, just in case. City Manager, do you have a second date, just in case?
The 26th, before that.
Okay. I can make that happen. Let me know, Council.
I can't do the 26th.
Yeah, I
You
can.
cannot?
I cannot.
Okay. Councilmember King?
I'm good. I'm good with the 26th.
Mayor Pro Tem, to be determined?
Be determined.
Okay.
I'll have a better idea tomorrow.
So I think 26, Councilmember Shoryak has stated he can't.
I mean, I could do something 1, but I'd need to be out of there by 4. Because I have things kind of before and after that, but.
Okay.
Another option would be just Friday the 28th. I'm trying to pick the latter part of that week because you're back on the 3rd and we're going to need some time to prepare. That's why I honed it on Thursday first. So Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, 26, 27, 28.
Well, let's try for the 27th, see what Mayor Pro Tem comes back with. We know we at least have 4 that can make that, and some limitations with Councilmember Shoryak the day before. That Friday, in case that is good for, does that work for everyone, same time? During the day, 1 p.m.?
I could make that. Preferably the 27th.
Okay, I think the 27th is, I think, would be our best option, and in the event that one of us can't not make that, I think either the 26th or 28th, and I think we can give city manager to coordinate and schedule whatever one. City manager has full authority to call a workshop meeting, and we'll all put it on our calendar and hopefully make one of those days work. And they were all 1 p.m. for at 3. Does that work for you?
Yes. So the
Okay.
27th is what we're hearing? At
Yes.
1.
And if in the event something comes up, you got the 26th or the 28th and the 26th, not great, but I think if you coordinate with Councilmember Shoryak. I think you heard from Councilmember King and me, all 3 of those dates work. I think Friday, the 28th, questionable for Councilmember Willis. The 26th is questionable for Councilmember Shoryak, and Mayor Pro Tem needs to confirm, I think, on all 3 by tomorrow, or whenever you can.
Yeah, I
So,
hope I can by tomorrow. I should be able to.
but 27th
27th.
seems to be the best so far,
Okay.
with 4 of us.
If we,
The
if we
clerk
go to
has
the-
all that down.
If we go to the 28th, if I've got enough time, I can make adjustments.
Okay.
You need to extend?
I think that's it. Council, do we want to do reports? Do we want to, we would have to extend to do reports?
The reports are in print, right? We
No.
already have them. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm good.
City manager, yeah, okay, good. I've
Mayor
already
Pro
wrapped
Tem?
things up.
We haven't been doing this, it doesn't matter. I'm doing them on social media.
What is it?
I said I'm doing them on social media.
Okay. All right. Ready to adjourn? All right, looking for a motion. All right.
Second.
Adjourn.